While doing research for a paper on the philosophy of ruins, I ran into a disturbing Nazi obsession hiding in plain sight. The Nazis weren't just obsessed with the past, they were obsessed with what their empire would look like after it died. Not only Hitler himself, but many of the highest-ranking Nazi officials were fascinated by ruins, so fascinated that some scholars describe them as belonging to a ruin cult, since such relics shaped their mythology, their architecture, and eventually their political program. This even entailed an official theory of ruin value, devised by Hitler's favorite architect, Albert Speer, who wanted to build monuments that would still look sublime, still look destined, even after they began to collapse. To see how extreme this Nazi reverence for ruins could get, we can consider what Hitler thought explained Mussolini's success. Speer recalls Hitler insisting that Rome's ancient monuments didn't just decorate Italy's fascist project, they authorized it, almost like a religious shrine that blesses the regime. As Hitler put it, Mussolini could not have gained acceptance of his great program for the rebirth of Italy if the buildings of Rome had not been there, all around, for every Italian to see. And this fascination reaches back to one of the Nazis' earliest theoretical influences, Oswald Spengler, whose book The Decline of the West reads like a grand meditation on civilizational decay and the afterlife of empires. He writes there of the modern West's wistful regard for ruins and for evidence of the distant past, and he links it to a whole way of living, collecting relics, chasing antiquities, turning the ancient world into pilgrimage. This theme would go beyond the page and echo with the regime to their bitter end, when Joseph Goebbels retreats underground and fixates on Rome's decline while Berlin is collapsing above him. Yet the lead theorist of this so-called cult was the aforementioned Albert Speer, who pioneered the theory of ruin value via his architectural procedure of sketching the future ruination of a building before it was even constructed, so as to foresee and engineer how it will look over the course of its decay. Speer himself was influenced by Hitler's own obsessive and mysterious enchantment with ruins, the dictator who once characterized in Mein Kampf the sites of Mecca and Rome as having the effect of magic spells. As bizarre as it may sound, for Speer, the anticipation of a building's ruin would hold almost as much value as the architectural design of the originally erected building itself. Hitler readily agreed with Speer's ominous theory and gave his full approval for this type of ruin-oriented construction to proceed at a monumental scale. And Speer and Hitler also went so far as to model their architectural designs off of ruins, in particular the monumental ruins of the Roman Empire. So Nazi neoclassical architecture not only was designed to look Roman while it stood, it also was engineered to continue looking Roman after it started to break apart. The obsession with ruins thus led them to design a ruin of a ruin, modeled after relics from someone else's empire. Nevertheless, they considered this odd architectural practice to be of grand importance for transmitting the Reich's political and cultural values on to future generations of Germans. What explains this deep-rooted attachment with and concern for ruins that uniquely occupied the Nazi regime to the point of pathology? Later academic theorists would locate a concealed death drive or pathological necrophilia behind the veil of this ritualistic reverence for relics. For example, sociologist Mark Featherstone writes that Speer's project encoded the notion that Nazi Germany could only achieve immortality through the pursuit of endless ruination. Only the absence of life would achieve the eternal presence demanded by the regime's necrophilic leadership. Before going into more depth on the philosophy that underlied this phenomenon, it is worth sketching a brief history of how former imperialist empires had related to decaying monuments, if only in order to see the unique extreme Nazis represented among this history. We could start this historical arc in ancient Egypt, where we find a seemingly related type of ruin gazing. Egyptian emperors, infatuated with eternity, treated ruination less as a desirable aesthetic than as a scandal that calls for repair. Ancient Egyptian poetry and inscription evidences their passion for restoration, yet also their anxiety around those who would seek to turn their monuments into ruins. The historian and literary scholar Susan Stewart writes that the ancient Egyptians celebrated the kingly role of the restorer, the one who maintains works that will last forever, and held that those who cause damage are cursed. She uses the example of Serenput, a 12th dynasty governor, who arrives at the cult site of the Old Kingdom figure Hakib. There, where Hakib had once been worshipped like a saint, Sarenput finds the site in disrepair 3 centuries after its construction. Sarenput not only decides to restore the site to its original grandeur, but also publicly narrates and inscribes this decision in stone as a moral and political deed. In the shrine inscription, Sarenput calls what he did the work of eternity, and threatens anyone who would bring ruination upon the site again. This was his attempt to bind material endurance to what he reminds the reader is his direct lineage to Hakib as his ancestor. The Egyptian work of eternity is an effort to defeat the temporality of decay via maintenance and restoration, so that the monument can keep meaning stable across time. Moreover, beyond material endurance, the inscription in the shrine Sarenput erected marks an attempt to set the narrative of the Egyptian empire against those who threaten it, as though to say, a ruler may not be able to control time itself, but it can try to control how its empire will be read and remembered by future inhabitants. Fast-forwarding almost 2 millennia later, we can discover a different type of imperialist ruins gazer with the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus. Where Sarenput confronts decay as a scandal, something to repair so that meaning and authority can remain stable across time, Scipio confronts the ruin as a mirror. The enemy's destruction becomes the medium through which the conqueror suddenly sees his own empire's mortality. The scene is the Roman obliteration of Carthage in 146 BCE, the moment when Rome secures Mediterranean supremacy. Carthage was burning for 17 days, and Scipio, despite his great success, brooded over the landscape in ruination as if in horror. Scipio experiences the victory as a kind of imperialist melancholy. The burning city does not simply testify to Rome's power. It stages the thought that Rome has just demonstrated what can be done to any grand empire, and thus what one day can be done to Rome itself. Scipio's ruin-gazing is thus already a double exposure. He looks at this annihilated other, and, in the same gaze, imagines the future spectator who will look at him and his society from an identical perspective, the conquered who becomes conqueror. The ruin is no longer only an object that receives interpretations such as the perhaps naive moral Sarenput tried to convey. Rather, it becomes an instrument that forces interpretation by producing an uncanny knowledge. Empire contains, folded into it, the image of its ruinous reversal. The imperial subject does not just fear decline in the abstract. He is forced by ruins to imagine the retaliatory gaze that will one day stand where he stands now. And it is not just melancholy that occurs, but dread. The type of dread you might feel after committing a crime of great proportions and anticipating the consequences. As theorist Julia Hell writes, the Roman general was seized by the fear that retaliation would inescapably follow such a monstrous deed. Now we must fast forward nearly 2 millennia again in order to provide some more specific historical context for the more extreme, yet not altogether dissimilar relation the Nazis had to ruins. While it is well known that Hitler had wanted to pursue a career in the visual arts and was rejected into art school, it is less well known that he also had naive ambitions to be an architect. Indeed, due to the fact that he submitted mostly sketches of buildings in his applications to art school, the school faculty, likely being polite, suggested that he pursue architecture instead. Hitler took this consolatory rejection message to heart and began to see himself as an architect, albeit quite an autodidactic one, since he lacked the academic qualifications to meet the standards of any architectural school. After Hitler became chancellor, his passion for architecture remained strong, and the construction of monuments became one of his passionate political focuses. He would frequently work with and advise his leading architect Albert Speer, not only on grand monuments such as the Zeppelin Field and the Rijksolympic Stadium, but on an even larger scale project of rebuilding Berlin anew to be the capital of the new German world, what they termed Germania. As we will see, Germania itself would not be built according to any traditional German architectural design. Rather, it would be based on ruins of an entirely different ancient civilization. Nevertheless, in many ways Hitler saw a lost version of himself in Speer, one where he may have gone on to become a successful architect. Yet Speer himself had faced difficulties in his own pursuits. He was once denied an apprenticeship into a prestigious architectural studio on the basis of a lack of imagination. This sense of admiration and influence between the two figures was mutual. In the crisis years of the late Weimar Republic, Speer had been reading Spengler's The Decline of the West, and had come to see Germany as a civilization in decay, weakened by economic breakdown, political impotence, and cultural disorientation in a manner he thought comparable to late Rome. He later claimed that he had considered himself largely apolitical up to that point. Yet after hearing Hitler speak at a Berlin rally in late 1930, Speer said he was captivated by him and began to place his hopes in Hitler as the one leader capable of reversing Germany's decline and restoring national greatness. Spengler's ideas had captured the imaginations of many Nazis during the early years of the party's rise to power. Despite Spengler having his own anti-Semitic and culturally supremacist views, he ultimately broke with the Nazis over their more extremist political positions, such as their biologically based racialism. He considered the Nazis intellectually crude and unrefined, and this was further evidenced by how they misappropriated his work. We can find an important example of this divide if we examine how the Nazis diverged from Spengler's own theory of ruin value. Spengler's fascination with ruins did not necessarily engender a type of nostalgic return to the past ideology that would presuppose some type of direct, unmediated relationship with ancient societies. Spengler dispels such a nostalgic notion very clearly in The Decline of the West, writing that, "It is not the classical statue, but the classical torso that we really love. It has had a destiny, something suggestive of the past as past envelops it, and our imagination delights to fill the empty space of missing limbs with the pulse and swing of invisible lines. A good restoration, and the secret charm of endless possibilities is all gone." In other words, according to Spengler, the magic of ruins is not rooted in the fact that they present to us a perfect and nostalgic vision of some mythological heritage, but rather that the distance in time and traces of decay spark our imagination to dynamically project movement, direction, and implied continuity beyond what is given in shards and fragments. It is precisely the lack of eternal presence and form in a relic that grants it value and meaning, and our experience of the fragmented object will always be fundamentally different than how the prior culture in which it was constructed would have experienced the artifact in its fullness. Thus, we cannot simply arbitrarily return to the way of seeing of past civilizations, so restoring ruins to their ostensibly perfect form, or basing an entirely new artifice off of them, would be self-defeating to Spengler and negate their proper potential to activate the imagination. Yet for Hitler and Speer, an artist and an architect who lacked imagination, the value of ruins took on an entirely different status, one which would drive a lot of their policy and central planning. Ruins became less an exercise in the dynamism of the imagination and an aestheticization of a political ideal. They take on a fetishistic quality, which comes along with an obsession over returning to an eternal presence that is ultimately impossible to reach. Hitler believed that monumental ruins served as a bridge across tradition, and that no people survived longer than the evidence of their culture. Even if circumstances changed and the Reich were to fall, if it left its stamp on the world via monument, there would always be hope it could return to life. This was expressed when Hitler gave a speech celebrating the establishment of his new Congress Hall in 1935, where he announced that a hall shall rise that is to serve the purpose of annually housing within its walls a gathering of the elite of the National Socialist Reich for centuries to come.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like Goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made Goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
That That is the theme song of the Extra Chill Goblin Show, and I do gotta update the video so it also has this time because I think this is gonna be a thing from now on. I do 8:30 p.m. on Sundays and then 12 p.m. on Wednesdays. But anyway, whatever. Hey, listen, we gotta. It takes me a while to make stuff work, fix stuff up, get stuff ready to go. Gang, what's going on? It's Wednesday, 12 p.m. Good morning. If your sleep schedule is as ridiculous as mine, you just rolled out of bed and took your morning Adderall seconds ago. I'm just wanted to shout out this video that we were watching at the beginning. I watched this last night. Really good. How did I find this? I don't even really remember how I stumbled upon this, but I thought this was so like interesting. I don't say I thought it was so cool, but it's like all about Nazis, and I feel like that's like a weird. Well, cool. All the Nazis were obsessed with ruins. Cool. But I just think it's like fascinating topic and a really well made video. I say by this like tiny little channel, Soygnostic Philosophy, which by all appearances is a great new channel. You guys should definitely go check it out. Give them a subscription. Yeah, like how eerie is that whole like obsession with like not even like of the buildings themselves, but of what they will look like once the civilization has fallen. It's interesting, right? I mean, like Nazis were, I don't know if I'm getting political here, but I think the Nazis, safe to say, were fascist. And one of the best definitions of fascism, I think, is it Griffin's? Yeah, Roger Griffin, I think is his name, who said, fascism is a wait, what's the fucking definition again? It's something like fascism manifests as a ultra-nationalistic form of no, wait, is that what? Nah, I already messed it up. Okay. It's like fascism is some sort of wait, okay, whatever. Basically, it's palingenetic ultranationalism. I forget the actual way the sentence is supposed to go, but it's like a one sentence definition of fascism. Can you tell I just woke up? No, definition of fascism. But anyway, palingenetic means like rebirth or like a return to. Here it is. Okay, here's the frickin' thing I was looking for. A genus of a political ideology whose mythic core and its various permutations is a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism. I knew that word populist was in there somewhere. But basically, yeah, palingenetic is in like a rebirth. And there's this obsession with the past. And I mean, yeah, it's also in the what's his name, Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism, where one of them is the cult of the past, the mythic past or whatever, where like it's an imagined past too, but you can look at like Nazi Germany or of course fascist Italy, where they're like obsessed with ancient Rome, like the Nazis were doing the Third Reich, right? Like this was not. They were like, we are like what has come before, all of these other great civilizations. We are carrying the whatever flame, Charlie Kirk style forward, and it's just so interesting to think that they were not only inspired by like ancient Rome at in its glory days or whatever, or what they imagined to have been its glory days. Meanwhile, ancient Rome was like a very diverse, like immigrant culture, but that's besides the point. But the Nazis were also inspired by like the beauty of Rome's ruins. Yeah, I think that's like, very, very interesting. It's a step you take after you keep complaining about missing the good old days. Says Jack Dearman. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, people who say things were better in my day. What you'd have to say is, that's palingenetic ultranationalism, you fascist scum. I mean, I think it's okay to do be a little bit nostalgic, but once you take it to a extreme, once all those other big words in the sentence are there too, it becomes quite dangerous. I mean, like, hey, make America great again. That's a little bit palingenetic, wouldn't you say? Make America great again. Roger Griffin's interesting because he doesn't believe that, like, he thinks that there's only ever been two fascist states, Italy and Germany, Nazi Germany, and I disagree with that. I think he's a smart guy, obviously smarter than me. Who could write a sentence like this unless they're like a freaking genius? Who even knew what palingenetic meant before Roger Griffin said it? Did he just invent it then? I guess probably not. But it's cool. I read a book by him where he really breaks this down, and he goes through like tons of fascist movements, and he shows how they are all like this. And yeah, there's one really weird one I remember. It was like this. Oh fuck. You know what? I can't quite remember what it was. Let me see. I took notes on it because I was going to make a video on this back in the day. I bet I could find it. 1 second. Yeah. I specifically remember there being one. Here it is. Yes. So, yes. So I just found it in my notes here. There's a fascist movement in Romania, and it was called the Legion of the Archangel Michael. Hang on. All right, let's see here. The Legion of the Archangel Michael. Can we get like a picture of these guys? The Iron Guard. I guess these were there. Oh, that's Mussolini. I don't want Mussolini. Oh, I don't want this guy. Oh, wait, is this just a page about fascism? Oh, no. Okay. All right, whatever. Mosley. So this is just like okay, Britannica's not even giving me... I was hoping that they'd have pictures of these guys. Do not get that? Hang on now. Oh, God. All right. Yeah, AI, sure. Sure, this seems like as good a picture to represent fascism as any, but check this out. So this is a guy from this dude This is a quote from a guy, Corneliu Codro. No idea how to say his name, but he was also known as the Conductor, and he was the leader of the Legion of the Archangel Michael. And they were like a particularly religious version of fascism. And this is a quote from him. He says, "There will come a time when all the peoples of the earth will fight their way through to this final resurrection. All the peoples with their dead leaders. Then each people will be given a special place before the throne of God. This final act, this overwhelming movement, this resurrection of the dead is the highest and most sublime goal which a people can aspire to." So that's like... I mean, that's just straight up believing in zombie magic. So that's kind of like a very literal form of this, type of fascism. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is the interesting shit. There's also shit about this in Mein Kampf. Hitler says, various political parties, even at best, were doomed to fail. Though quite unaware of it, the bourgeois world was infected from within by the deadly virus of Marxist ideas. The Star of David steadily ascended as the will to national self-preservation declined. Only by recognizing such truths could we stop the national decline in Germany and lay a granite foundation on which the state could again be built up. So you can see there, his fascism takes different forms, right? You've got the German, Nazi fascism with like this obsession with the Star of Day, anti-Semitism and the woke mind virus of Marxism, basically. And it's Hitler's like, we need to reject this and then build us back up to how great Germany used to be, like make Germany great again, pretty much. And meanwhile, in Romania, the Legion of the Archangel Michael, they're a little bit, they sound a little bit, I would say weirder, but they're both pretty weird. But they are both essentially saying the same thing, where they're like, we will rise up again. It is the highest glory a nation can attain, is to whatever, throw away all these new ideas and then do what we used to do. Yeah. And I got, here's Oswald Mosley quote from, he's like the British fascist. Here's one of his quotes from one of his speeches. The task before us is nothing less than the creation of a new civilization. Before we can really begin that task, we must create a new spirit. The old parties imitate in belated and ineffective fashion our policies. As it is, our task is not to invent fascism, but to find for it in Britain its highest expression and development. So, again, talking about creating a new spirit, I guess. Returning a decadent society to its glorious and mythical past, a past which never actually existed, but in the minds of the fascists is like hyper real. Like, it may not literally be true, but it is extremely real in a symbolic sense to them as a goal to return to. Anyway, I think that there really is something to this this definition. I mean, fascism notoriously difficult word to define, but anyway, sorry, I go on kind of not really sticking to the topic here, but yeah, let me shout this guy out one more time. Soygnostic Philosophy, very interesting video. I'll post it in the chat one more time here. Oh, is the chat not going? Oh, what the heck? Why won't it be doing that? Hang on now. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, yeah, no, I'll fix the chat. Gotta do it. How do I do that again? Yes. That should work. Yes, okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, the conductor, only one question. Trains or orchestra? Yeah. Who knows? Could be either one. Could be both. Could be neither. All right. Now, what? What are we saying? What are we doing? What time is it? Yes, I do. I do use OBS. It's it is what it is. Excuse me. Oh, I added a couple new things to the soundboard. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to use these, but here's Melania Trump.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. And you know what? That's a response to when people try to do palingenetic ultranationalism. They're like, we'll return to a glorious past. We'll rescue this degenerate present with the virus of Marxism, and we'll return to, we'll make ancient Rome real again. Then you should go,
here we go again.
Classic Melania Trump style. I got this one. See if you remember where this one's from.
You were fucked forever. I have built a monument to your failures.
From the old Flesh Simulator video. And we got this one.
That was a ball-faced lie.
Ball-faced lie. It's, what's her name? The Kraken, Sidney Powell. This one, no one's going to remember what this is from, but I thought it was funny, so I wanted to throw it in here. Who's this, guys?
Fangs forward, faith up.
Fangs forward, faith up. I had no idea when I would ever use that.
Fangs forward, faith up.
Fangs forward, faith up. That is You guys want to guess? I don't know if anybody will ever remember because it was just like a very one-off thing, but I did go over it on stream. I'll give you a hint. It's from the stream I did about Pardon me? What? What stream was it from? Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's from the stream I did about Sasha Riley. It's from this one. Sasha Riley story. And I'll play that for you one more time.
Fangs forward, faith up.
Thanks for our faith app. That's the woman who interviewed Sasha Riley. She was one point. She's a very strange lady, but at one point she says, "I have two slogans, two mottos that I live by, and one of them is fangs forward, faith up, and the other one is honor self, honor all." That part really stuck in my mind for some reason, and I don't know. When could you use that? I don't know. If there's any time where we got to have our fangs forward. And I got one more here. This is, well, you guys will know.
Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers.
Nice. Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers. That's old Alex Jones. That's Alex Jones in 2000. Listen how different his voice sounds.
Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers.
You know? Nuts. It's like he spent the entire time between then and now just smoking cigars, you know? Meanwhile, now he sounds like...
I thought it was entertaining and informative.
Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers.
All right, here we go. Still really upset Flesh Simulator broke his brain. Yeah, I think he's back to making, what's it called? Conspiracy videos content, which great. Not going to perfect. Yes, keep doing that. Keep doing that, man. You don't got to worry about all this other stuff. Vocal fry? Is that vocal fry? Oh my god, like totally we're like totally having fun. I don't know. I was trying to think of like something like a teenage girl would say, and I totally drew a blank there. Yeah, Alex Jones sounds like a trash compactor. Nice. Love that. I love that. Gang. All right, I got some stuff to go over. Where are we? What and why? Man, I set this all up last night, and now I'm like trying to remember. I'm like kind of still groggy a little bit. I'm like, huh? Who? What? What year is it? But we'll get through this. Okay, so Cole Allen, the guy who didn't do really anything. The guy who caused a little bit of a ruckus. This dude. Famously developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake. That's why we're talking about him. Just kidding. This is the guy who tried to kill Donald Trump, and he didn't kill anybody or do anything really at all. Was immediately caught. Not killed, though. He went to jail, but he didn't get killed. He's doing his thing. Internet's been doing their little investigation. I did a stream about him immediately on Sunday, just like shortly after the event happened. And would you believe that I got some shit wrong? I mean, I thought it was really responsible of me to come out right away and be like, I know exactly what happened and let me explain it. But it turns out like a story like this, maybe it takes like actually maybe like 4 days to fully develop. So I guess, okay, now this what I say on this stream about him, this one will be accurate and you can really take this stuff. Yeah. A friendly neighborhood sniper. Yeah. Yeah. That guy. Yeah. Let me get his voice again in case I need to do an impersonation of him. Cause yeah, he has a particular speaking voice. Oh, wait. Oh, you guys can't hear. Hang on. Wait. We can fix this. Here we go.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this...
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but they don't lock to the ground.
Is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent aging into the future.
The idea with this is to prevent it from aging I forget what he just said, but something like that. Okay, that's how he talks. Hi there, I'm called Cole Allen, or you can call me Cold Force. Cold Force, the friendly assassin. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man assassin. Oh, I don't like Hassan Piker's got some ideas that I think are bad. Oh, I really like Will Stancil, though. He's got some cool stuff on his Blue Sky account.
Yeah, actually,
I think that you, I don't know. So here we go. All right.
So here's something we didn't really get into, but we really should. So pretty much like, I think an hour or so. So this is at 10:52 p.m. on April 25th, account called the Mega Report. This is like a couple hours after the thing happened, right? It happened on the evening of April 25th. We got this account posted this Instagram photo of White House shooter Cole Allen seen wearing an IDF sweatshirt. Okay, so classic, like this is, everything is going to be like this now for the foreseeable future. Anytime we're like, something happens like this, or we're like, oh, is there more to the story? Is there anyone behind it? Many people are going to go out of their way to be like, Israel. It's Israel. This guy's actually a secret Israeli. All right, so here's the photo. Here he is, Cole Allen. Now a lot of people have been like, this don't look right. Something about it don't look right. It seems like this is like maybe AI, right? That's kind of like what the overall consensus has been. Here's like a wider version of the photo. I don't really know where this one came from though, because this is not the original post, and I don't know where this one came from. Is this just like an AI like enlarging of it? I think it must be. Like even if the original photo isn't AI, this one has to be an AI like expansion. Because like look at this, the arm of the chair on the left arm thing. How there's like, you have this sort of like outline here. I wish you could see my cursor. It's annoying that for some reason I can't show you my cursor on this. But anyway, okay, whatever. See the way that the chair kind of, the fabric part of the chair like loops around like that, and there's like a little wooden stick in front of it. Well, then look at the other one. It's not like that at all. It's like the wooden stick is as big, like it goes up to the edge of the thing. So like that can't be real. That can't be real. So what the fuck is up with that can? It looks like it's like moldy or something. And also, okay, here's another tell. Look at the letters on Israeli Defense Forces. Can you guys see? Hang on, let me zoom in a little bit. Let me just zoom in a little bit on everything. Why don't I do that? Wow. Like the letters on Israeli Defense Forces are all messed up. Like they're all garbled. Well, on the original, it's not like that. Weirdly, like the original here, like it clearly says Defense Forces. You know, so that must be like an AI upscale, like whatever. So okay, forget about that one. But yeah, Snopes got an article about it already, but they're inconclusive. They're like, we don't know, but it seems fake. Yeah, so the rumor stems from an account that posted it a little more than 2 hours after the attack. According to the account, the image was from Allen's since deleted Instagram account, but there's no one's been able to find anything else from this apparent Instagram account, which seems suspicious. Like we found his Twitter, we found his Blue Sky, archived. It's just odd. It's just extremely odd that this one account found it. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Snopes still isn't definitive enough to say for sure it's fake, but some details within the image suggested someone generated it using artificial intelligence tools. Okay. I don't know. I feel the need to go through the entire Snopes article, but here's basically like what they're saying. Okay. So there's an object blocking the door. Is there? It's a little bit, okay. Maybe. I don't really, like maybe it's just an object in front of it. That doesn't mean it's AI. This part, why can't I zoom in more on this? Come on. It's not letting me, for some reason, zoom in past a certain amount. Well, that's annoying, but hang on. What if I do this? Open a new window. Nope, that's not right. That's not going to work. Can I do this? Yeah. Jeez, hang on. Try to just zoom to selection. No. Here we go. And I can't zoom in here either. Like, let me zoom in, Obsidian. Let me zoom in, even if it gets a little pixelated. I want to look at a specific section of the image. All right, whatever. Well, you see where they're saying like incomplete legs, and it's because there's like I don't know, some sort of like a table or a rack or something near. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is definitely AI because it looked completely different on here. But let me go to the other photo. So here you can see the legs on this chair thing or whatever are like incomplete. Like they start, but they stop. But I'm looking at it, I'm like, that could just be that the back of the chair that he's on is like in front of it. Right? Maybe? But now that I'm looking at it, yeah, I guess those kind of are incomplete legs. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe. One thing though is for sure is that they're saying pants are too wide. Look how wide these pants are. This is the edge of his body goes down on the whatever side there, this side. And then his pants just are like really big. And at first I was like, oh yeah, that is really weird. But as Finland, who is not here right now, but just to shout out Finland pointed out that this could be like a pillow on the guy's lap. They're also saying, and look, the pants blend into the chair. But like, if we look at the, this photo here, if this is like a pillow that he's got on his lap, maybe it's the pillow that was on the chair and it matches the chair. So it makes sense that it would be the same color as the chair and kind of blend into it. And also, I don't really think it's like, I can see a separation line here, So I'm sort of like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, I don't know if any of those things, all of those things to me could be explained. I don't know if they are explained. I don't know if they, like, this might be AI. Like, something like, I'm just saying all of those things I don't think are conclusive proof that this is an AI image. But to me, here's my thing, okay? Yeah, it's hard to tell if this is real or not. It's hard to tell. It looks like a normal picture, and it looks like him. Like, that is what his face looks like, right? He looks like that. But I will say though, if this is a real photo of him, this is, of all of the fucking pictures of the guy I've seen, this is the one he looks the coolest. He has never hit a pose like this or had a normal kind of like regular, neurotypical like facial expression like this. Like, this is the most photogenic he ever used. If this is a real photo of him, he probably would have had it as his like Tinder profile picture. Cause like, what, like every other photo of him is like,
hi there. My name is the Friendly Shooter, and I'm going to be the one that saves everybody. Oh, hi guys. Pretty sure my master's in computer science is done. Pretty sure about that.
He's got his like I don't know, like his hands on his knees, is extremely kind of uncomfortable pose.
Yeah, I guess you could say I just graduated my master's degree. Hi guys.
I mean, I don't know. Hey, listen, it's okay to pose like this. Hey, I'm not hating. Fucking 90% of the photos that I have of myself look like this, but I'm just saying, like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? Like, who's this guy? Is this a real photo of is this the same guy? Is this the same guy, or is this like, oh, and this one too. This is a more recent photo of him. You know, wrapped in tinfoil, looking like a baked potato. Did he? What is his face? Looks like a different color than his body. Is that just like a tan or something? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. That isn't really a mystery we need to solve. But yeah. All right. It's all I think you're right. Yeah, I don't think this guy exists at all. This is conclusive proof he is handsome, for sure. Hey, listen, now that I will not disagree with. He's a good looking guy. But yeah, even this photo of him that's been going around, he's got his like one arm behind his back. He's like,
"Hi, take a picture." Yep, I definitely invented a new thing.
Is that from the same? Is that the same thing he was wearing in the video? Aging into the future?
Yeah. So I made
no. But yeah, we watched this already, but just to. Okay, it's not loading, and I don't care enough. But yeah, we all get the idea. Now, there's also been a. So we looked over a bit of his. So here's another thing I got wrong. I looked over his blue sky the other day, and I was like, "Oh, I think this guy's a leftist." Like we got one. Like the leftists have been sorely underrepresented in the whatever presidential assassins, or like any kind of assassin lately for the last century or so. Really, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could call Lee Harvey Oswald a leftist, maybe. But everybody's usually these sorts of guys have pretty weird politics that don't really make sense. But when I was looking through this, I was like, oh, this guy seems like a leftist. You know, he's calling Elon Musk a Nazi, classic leftist move. He's retweeting. I mean, this is a critique of Hassan and saying that Hassan is whatever, encouraging the world to become a low trust society, but whatever. Lots of leftists post about how they don't like Hassan. That happens too. Anti-ICE, anti-Mr. Beast, anti-Laura Loomer, Elon Musk stuff. There was one post he retweeted dunking on ContraPoints. That was one too. I was like, okay, he's a leftist. He's dunking on ContraPoints for sure. You got to be a leftist. But I guess I was wrong, because looking at the guy's Twitter, which is a little bit more annoying to navigate. Hang on, here we can take a look at it over on our old friend Google Chrome. One momento. How do I do that? Here we go. So the annoying thing is, so we've got all of the Internet Archive, like the Wayback Machine has cataloged like many different pages on the guy's Twitter, but for some reason, the main Twitter page that has, that would at least have like a few dozen of his tweets in a row, didn't work. Like the archive didn't work, so we don't have we don't have an easy to navigate like whatever page that we can just kind of see everything like we do with this blue sky. But instead, this is taking forever. What's up with that? Is my internet being slow? No, my internet's being good. What the hell? What on earth? Okay, whatever. Why is it? Hang on now. Loading may take a while for large sites, huh? But this is not a large site. I mean, I guess Twitter is a large site, but this is just this guy's tweets. I was looking at these the other day. Here we go. All right. And I've got this extension that should allow me to, oh no, wait, where'd it go? Oh yes, link clump. Okay, link clump. Wait, how do I use that again? How do I use link clump? Okay, hang on now. I got this thing where I should be able to just open up a bunch of links on the page all at once. Link Clump Pro. I got this for, originally got this for looking at the Epstein files before we had Jmail and shit. The DOJ website would just be like, here's a list of a bunch of different PDFs and you have to open up each one of them separately. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to take forever. But now this way, it's a thing where you can, and how do you do it? Drag a selection box around links and then it automatically does it. But there's a button I got to press. There's a button I got to press for it. What is that button? I'm trying to remember because it's been a while. Options, manage extension. Let's see options. Here we go. Okay. Activate by left mouse button and Z key. Okay, I got to push Z. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Hang on. Okay, let me try. Z. Here we go. Okay. Now we've got, okay, I'll just open up a few. Brap! And then boom. So I've opened up all of these. Oh, no. I forgot that this is the way that it works. So I still need to, what, seriously? What? I've never seen this before. Are they blocked? Herm fail with status 429. What is going on? What the hell is this? Ah, that's annoying. All right, some of these, man. Did this get taken down or something? Because usually if it does, it'll just be like, oh, error. Oh, that can't work. I do not know what's going on here. I'm feeling like this is like a glitch. Maybe this is on my end. I have no idea. Who cares? Whatever, guys. I'm sorry. I thought it'd be cool to go through the actual thing, but luckily I do have many screenshots, so it's fine. It's fine that we don't actually have this to look through right now. Okay, so whatever. Here's Mr. What's his name again? Cole Allen. Here's the Friendly Neighborhood guys. Archived tweet page. Here's a bunch of his archived tweets. Oh, but speaking of the IDF stuff, I do want to point this out. Here's Brianna Wu. Leftist. Brianna Wu, just kidding. No, Brianna Wu sucks. She used to be kind of, I don't know. I didn't really know her when/if she was good, but she's now like a rabid Zionist, goes to Israel, does like the propaganda tours in Israel. I know she was big involved in like Gamergate back in the day and was like very like victimized and like attacked by tons of fascists. But she just sucks. Anyway, whatever. I don't need to explain to you why Brianna Wu sucks. But here is a post she made the other day. Just a picture of the guy, and she goes, "I'd bet $1 million he's free Palestine." What? Like, why? What would make you think that? I mean, I guess, yeah, okay, well, I guess maybe you would think that because he tried to kill Donald Trump. That could definitely be evidence of somebody who's free Palestine. Sure. I see that. I see that. And then here, smash cut to Cold Force's Twitter retweeting Brianna Wu.
My position on Gaza is nuanced. Good point, Brianna Wu. I guess you could say she knew what she's talking about here. Here's when
it's just like, okay, what's happening to Jews at home is not different than the KKK setting fire to crosses in black people's yards. Shut up. Shut the hell up, Brianna Wu. Shut the hell up, Cold Force. Friendly assassin.
Oh, yes, good point. I too think that maybe we should be...
And it's just like, oh my God. And yeah, there's like this is one of the most embarrassing things I can imagine. I'd bet like, why would you post that? Like, it's one thing to just speculate about shit that, whatever, it's too early, but you'd bet 1 million, yeah. I mean, this is a stupid thing to post in any case, but oh my God. I was not expecting this. Amazing. Thanks, Cold Force. This is one of the funniest parts of an already very funny assassination attempt. But yeah, the guy did not stand with Palestine. The guy was not from the river to the sea. Lots of stuff about Palestine.
Red triangles may as well just write bot in their username. I refuse to believe they are real, and that's stupid.
And it's like, yeah, you don't think that you don't think people with red triangles and like, yeah. I mean, I don't even know what to say. This guy retweeting Noah Smith. The Palestine protesters are functionally speaking Republicans. Retweeting Elon Levy. What was this? This fake report literally sparked riots. Irresponsible. What was that again? I remember this tweet, but I can't remember what was the fake report he's talking about. But that's also an anti-Palestine thing here. Creating an environment so hateful that American Jews are considering moving to Israel during wartime.
There is an Israeli consulate in LA. If you have a problem with the Israeli government, you take it up there.
A lot of stuff like this. This one is fine, though. Retweeting Dean Withers.
I wonder how Jesus would feel about modern day MAGA Christians. Like, y'all going to hell, bro. LMAFO. Laughing my ass fucking off.
Yeah, what's this one?
At this point, if you can't see that there is serious institutional rot at the NYT, then you are in deep, deep denial.
That's from what? I'm guessing it was like a vaguely pro-Palestine article from New York Times. Or it was just like a New York Times article about, I guess it turned out that the hospital was blown up by a bomb that wasn't Hamas. And then deep in the article, they're like, yeah, it was probably Israel, And, all these Zionists are like,
oh, they are compromised. They've been paid off by the evil Iranians. Oh, it's Iran.
Retweeting Crowd. I know this guy's gotten into some beef with Bad Empanada over Palestine stuff. I find far right and far left dipshits who say, I just want the war to stop offensive. Do you think Ukrainians don't? Oh, this is about Ukraine. Okay, because this guy was a free Ukraine dude. And you know what? Like, you know what I say? Like, retweeting John Fetterman. Come on. Oh my God! In 2024, Jesus Christ. And it's about about how President Biden should drop out. So okay, this guy's not a leftist. This guy's a lib. Guy's a Zionist lib. And yeah, I'm sorry that I said that he was a whatever. And he also thought, oh my God, he thought that, wait. Yeah. He thought, wait, sorry. I'm a little bit confused here because a lot of people thought that Trump, the Butler thing with Thomas Crook's, the assassination attempt where he got hit in the ear, fight, that one. A lot of people thought that was fake, and they post stuff like this, but I'm not sure if that's what Cole was saying. It just says, Republicans said half his ear was missing. Yeah, Trump wore that shit on his ear just to trick Americans. Like, I'm not sure if this was... Because like a lot of libs are like, there's no cut or even like scratch. Oh, he definitely faked it. He didn't even get his ear pierced. What the hell? But that's very different from being like, he wasn't shot at all. It was all fake. It was all false flag. It was ketchup on his face. It wasn't even blood. Like all that. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. It would be pretty funny if the guy that tried to kill the president for the third time, if he was one of the guys who thought that the first attempt was a false flag. And now he's sitting in jail watching everyone be like, Cole Allen isn't real. Everything's fake. There's no such thing. He's like, no, I'm real. It was the first guy that was fake. Yeah. Anyway, don't really feel the need to go through all of these. You get the Dylan Burns retweets about Ukraine. Brianna Wu defending Kamala's idiotic fucking statement about America having the most lethal military on earth. Shut up. God. This guy, reading over this guy's tweets is making me so upset. This is honestly, some of these opinions are more objectionable than the other thing that he did. Yeah, the other thing that he's famous for. Whatever. Okay, so the guy's a lib. I don't know why he libbed out so much harder on his Twitter than he did on his Blue Sky. Normally, it's kind of the reverse of that. But yeah, no, okay. The guy's not a leftist. We still don't, leftists still do not have representation in this demographic of would-be presidential assassins, which is kind of nuts. There's two guys who were big Ukraine heads. Like Cole seems like the type of guy to put like the Israeli flag and the Ukraine flag in his like Twitter name, like I said, usually the people who try to kill the president don't exactly have a coherent ideology. I mean, you can go all the way back to McKinley, right? The dude who tried to kill McKinley. What was his name again? Oh God. Let's look that up. That might be kind of a fun little detour. One sec. Who tried to kill fucking McKinley again? He was an anarchist. I just Googled McKinley. McKinley assassin. And it's funny because McKinley was a guy that Trump really liked. Like he was like a big tariff guy, right? And he was so Trump kept like referencing him, and he wanted to make sure that, wasn't there like a mountain or something he wanted to rename it Mount McKinley? Like Trump loves McKinley for some reason, which is weird because like McKinley, I don't know. I don't think he's really that big of a deal. But so he was killed in 1901 by a guy named Leon. Who's that? Polish name? I don't know how to say that. Cholgots. Who knows? This dude here. Now, they're saying, Wikipedia's saying he's an anarchist. He definitely was a self-professed anarchist, but he had a lot of people who were like, who he knew in the anarchist movement. Like Emma Goldman, actually, I think knew him. Who, one of the most famous anarchists ever. Emma Goldman, one of the coolest people ever too. But she talked about him. Let's see if we can get anything. Interest in anarchism. 1898, was witnessing a series of similar strikes, many ending in violence. He went to live with his father, blah, 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 blah. He became a recluse. Here we go. He was impressed after hearing a speech by the anarchist and would-be assassin Emma Goldman, whom Charles met for the first time at one of her lectures. And she was talking about like propaganda of the deed. Like this is back when leftists actually used to do shit. She was like, we got to kill capitalists. We got to make them scared. We got to throw bombs. We got to do all this shit. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here it is. So he visited her. He visited Emma Goldman. Okay. So this is like him like discovering anarchism. He sees, this is in 1901, in May 1901. He sees a speech. And then when was the assassination attempt? September 6th. Okay, May, June, July, August, September. So he hears a speech from Emma Goldman, and then like 4 months later, he kills the president, and everyone's like, he's an anarchist. He goes up to her after the speech, and he's like, he asks her for reading recommendations. He visits her at the home of Abraham Isaac, introduced himself as Fred C. Neiman, meaning nobody. Hello, my name's Frederick Nobody. Fred C. Nobody. Goldman was on her way to the train station. He told her he was disappointed in Cleveland socialists, and Goldman quickly introduced him to anarchist friends who were at the train station. Blah, 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 blah. She wrote a piece in defense of him. She had earlier conspired to assassinate industrialist Henry Clay Frick. That was a whole thing. That didn't go well at all. Her husband, Alexander Berkman, tried to kill this guy, he stabbed him like 4 times and the guy didn't die. Oh, brutal. And Bergman went to jail. But anyways, so Goldman says, who can tell how many times this American child has gloried in the celebration of the 4th of July or on Decoration Day when he faithfully honored the nation's dead? Who knows? But what he too was willing to fight for his country and die for her liberty. All right. In the weeks that followed, Schultz's social awkwardness, evasiveness, and blunt inquiries about secret societies around Isaac and another anarchist, Emil Schilling, resulted in the Radical Free Society newspaper to issue a warning pertaining to him on September 1st. Okay, so this is a little bit out of order, but so when he was trying to join the anarchists, and Emma Goldman's like, here's some anarchists you can meet, he's going around being like, what are the secret societies? You guys have any secret groups that you're in? I'd like to be in a secret society too. Do we have? Is there like a anarchist version of Freemasons or something like that? Can we do stuff like that? And also, can you let me know all the secrets? And they thought he was a spy, so they wrote like a warning in that newspaper by the Free Society. That's the Abraham Isaac, where he had been in this guy's house. Anyway, they issued a warning about him. Yeah, he's well dressed, of medium height and rather narrow shoulders. Blah, 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 blah. Pretending to be greatly interested in the cause, asking for names, or soliciting aid for acts of contemplative violence. If the same individual makes his appearance elsewhere, the comrades are warned in advance and can act accordingly. Yeah. Anyway, so okay, he believed there's a great injustice in American society. He concluded the reason for this is the structure of government. Around this time, Schultz learned of the assassination of a leader in Europe, King Umberto I of Italy, who had been shot dead by anarchist Gaetano Bresci on July 29th, 1900. Bresci told the press that he had decided to take matters into his own hands for the sake of the common man, as well as carrying a clipping of the report with him. So he cut that out of the newspaper and kept it in his pocket. In September 1901, Schultz deliberately purchased what he thought was the same model of revolver as Bresci had used in the assassination. Okay. Traveled to Buffalo, New York, got a gun. He knew President McKinley would be speaking. He walked right up to him. Where is it? He was in a receiving line. Wow, it's crazy that they used to have this. Crazy this used to be a thing. This is before we'd had so many of these assassinations. I guess we just, at this point, I guess only Lincoln was the only assassination. Is that right? That might not be right. Anyway, whatever. So he waited in line to like meet and greet. Yeah, there's people used to line up to get to shake the president's hand, and he waited in line with a gun in his pocket. Got up to the front of the line, pulled the gun out, and shot the guy. He shot him how many times? Twice. While McKinley extended his hand, Schultz slapped it aside and shot McKinley twice in the abdomen at point-blank range. The first bullet ricocheted off a coat button and lodged in McKinley's jacket. What? Ricocheted off a coat button? Damn. Is that like a really good button or a really bad gun? The other bullet pierced his stomach. As onlookers gazed in horror, he took a third shot. He prepared to take a third shot, but James Parker, the man standing directly behind Schultz, struck him in the neck and knocked the gun out of his hand. He was heard to say, "I done my duty. I done my duty." McKinley. Oh, wow. McKinley's last words, I guess. "Go easy on him, boys." The police struggled to keep the angry crowd off Schultz, who was badly pummeled. Schultz was dragged away, but not before being searched by Agent Foster, yada, yada, yada. Okay, we get the idea. Yeah. Newly inaugurated President Teddy Roosevelt declared, "When compared with the suppression of anarchy, every other question sinks into insignificance." Yeah. So this was not, this turns out killing the president under the banner of anarchy was not good for anarchists. People got really mad. People got really mad about anarchists. And Teddy Roosevelt was like, the most important issue now is to suppress anarchy. Oh, God. Nice going, Schultz. And they didn't kill him, eh? They actually, they captured him and brought him to jail, which is, wow. Yeah, anyway. I don't know. There's a whole trial. Was he, whatever, his last words, I guess he was executed, yeah? Yeah, they did electrocute him. His last words were, "I killed the president because he was the enemy of the good people, the good working people. I am not sorry for my crime. I'm sorry I could not see my father." Okay. And, yeah, I don't know. Like McKinley, one thing I know about McKinley that I always think about here was that he presided over like a truly awful example of American interventionism, where they, overthrew the government of the Philippines, and they sort of took over a war in the Philippines that was already happening, sent a bunch of troops over. This was like one of the first examples of something almost like Vietnam, where the American people realized that they were doing this like very unjust war because of all the news that was actually making its way back of these like needless torture and shit that was going on in the Philippines. But I always remember this because it's one of the most ridiculous like lies that a president ever told his, a U.S. president ever told his people. Not that other presidents don't lie. It's just that this lie in particular is one of the dumbest lies. He said that, because, when America does intervention in another country, like to this day, they still will be like, we are bringing democracy to them. We are doing this to help them with this thing. We're doing this. Like, they have a problem with this, Like, like even with fucking like Gaza, they'll be like, they don't like gay people over there. That's why we need to carpet bomb them. Like, there's always some excuse, right? And for now, it's like we're bringing them democracy. During the Cold War, it was like, we got to get rid of communism. Like, we got to save them from communism. We're doing this for them, like free Gaza from Hamas or whatever kind of thing as well. Well, back then we were still doing the thing where we'd be like, we got to bring them Christianity. We got to do that. You don't hear that one too much anymore, but that was what they used to say. And that is what McKinley said about the fucking Philippines. Now let that sink in for a minute. And may I remind you, the Philippines is a Southeast Asia archipelago, like collection of islands that was initially colonized by Spain. This is like an extremely Christian part of the world. McKinley, you are not bringing Christianity to the Philippines. They know they are more Christian than you. They know that is not something that they need right now. But yeah, it's just like, whatever. Hey, listen. Am I saying he deserved to die? I'm stopping myself specifically before I say that, but I also think a little bit fuck McKinley. You know what I mean? He started all those wars with a massive false flag. Is that right? Crazy, yo. Let's look into that. Sorry, is this interesting? Are people interested in like turn of the century, 1900 era history here? I feel like a lot of it is very similar too, right? He led the U.S. in the Spanish-American War and oversaw a period of American expansionism with the annexations of Hawaii. Oh, fucking Hawaii too, eh? Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, American Samoa. Yeah, Hawaii. So the annexation of Hawaii, that's fucking crazy. That was in 1900? I thought that was earlier. Because that's another fucking despicable thing the U.S. did. And why they did it? They did it for dole. For pineapples. They got to have the pineapples. The first, ruler of Hawaii after they overthrew the fucking queen. They was I forget his name, but his last name was Dole, the guy who went on to be like the pineapple company Dole. So much evil is done on behalf of fruit. It really is surprising. A lot of the most awful things on earth, you'll look into it and you're like, okay, thank you, Mark. That was earlier. Okay, cool. But yeah, Danny, exactly. Bananas, right? You look at Guatemala, United Fruit. Chiquita Banana Company now. Oh my God. Like thousands, tens of thousands died for that fucking delicious phallic fruit. Pineapples and bananas, guys. Pineapples and bananas. That's why the U.S. has to fucking murder so many people. Okay, what was I looking for? I don't know. Yeah. Do you know, Mark, what the false flag was you're talking about? Because I would be interested to learn more about that. Gerrymandering, governor of Ohio, obtaining the nomination. Okay, this is what if I just do this? McKinley false flag. Don't know if I really found it here. Oh well. Hang on. Let me see if I can find the thing I was talking about the Philippines. How do you spell Philippines? I feel like I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, 1 L, 2 P's. Philippine-American War. Yeah, so this was okay. So after the peace settlement, Spain turned over the United States its main overseas colonies, Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, while Cuba was promised independence. Blah 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 blah. Remained under American control until McKinley's death in 1902. Interesting. So I guess our buddy Schultz actually saved Cuba, freed Cuba. Well, not really. Was not exactly what I would call free. In the Philippines, a pro-independence rebellion began. It was eventually suppressed. Okay, anything else about that? Destroyed the Spanish fleet at the Battle of Manila Bay. I was looking for the part where he talks about how we need to bring them Christianity, but I can't find it. No. Nope. Nothing. Oh, USS Maine. Oh, that was it, eh? Thank you. 1890. U.S. Navy ship that sank in Havana Harbor, contributing to the outbreak of the Spanish-American War. So that is the war that led to the, what do you call it, annexation or whatever? Like, the U.S. is like, haha, Spain, we beat you here, and now we get all your stuff. Give us Guam, give us Puerto Rico, give us Philippines. Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain. U.S. newspapers claimed the Spanish were responsible for the ship's destruction, while evidence points to an accident caused by an internal coal bunker fire. Interesting. Now, yeah. So, yeah, this is one of those things, right? It's like, this is the thing with a lot of things that seem like false flags. It's like, are they false flags? Or are they just some other thing that people are spinning in a way that's advantageous to them, right? It's like with Butler, right? Like the presidential assassination was like, oh, that one was fake. It's like, was it fake, or did the U.S. or did like Trump just like spin it to his advantage? Did he just really have a lot to gain from it? But yeah, I suppose it could be a false flag. Because a false flag would imply like we did this on purpose. We put bombs in it and whatever. What does it say? Investigations, memorials, wow, there's been a lot of investigations about this. False flag operation. Yes, let's read that. Several claims have been made. It's Spanish-speaking media. Okay, in Spanish-speaking media, the sinking was a false flag operation conducted by the U.S., and those claims are the official view in Cuba. The main monument in Havana describes Maine sailors as victims sacrificed to the imperialist greed in its fervor to seize control of Cuba, and claims American agents deliberately blew up. Excuse me. Oh God, sorry. I was trying to finish that sentence before I had to sneeze, and I failed in every possible way. Listen, it's early, and I'm tired. I'm so tired. Oh God. But okay. Yeah. Interesting. Now, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it blew up by accident. Maybe it was blown up by the U.S. Either way, it seems that it wasn't blown up by Spain, and the U.S. completely lied about that shit. But it's interesting they had a link to Operation Northwoods, which worth checking this out. This was a proposed operation from the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 1962. Yes. Where they were saying it went all the way up the chain. Everybody approved it. It was a, yep, let's do it. Yep. Operation Northwoods is a go. It's a go. Right up until it got to JFK's desk, and he was like, let me look at this. Now I don't think this is a good idea. I don't know. Whatever. I can't really do a JFK voice, but doesn't come up that often. So he looked at it and he was like, fuck this. Let's not do this. Fuck this. I don't think. All right. Yes, the proposals were rejected by U.S. President John F. Kennedy. But check this out. I'm just going to read the first paragraph. We don't need to get into it, but this is like, if you really, really want to make yourself more insane, if you want to kind of lose your mind and go down some rabbit holes, this is a great place to start. This is a huge part of conspiracy culture, Operation Northwoods. It's a proposed false flag operation originating in the Department of Defense, the U.S. government. It called for the CIA operatives to stage and commit acts of terrorism against U.S. military and civilian targets, blame them on the Cuban government. Oh, that's weird. That kind of sounds like the thing they did 60 years before that. Or no, 73 years before that. And use them to justify a war against Cuba. The possibilities detailed in the document included the remote control of civilian aircraft. Like it's crazy to read this whole thing. Like it actually goes into like, here's what we'll do. The remote control of civilian aircraft, which would be secretly repainted as U.S. Air Force planes, a fabricated shoot down of a U.S. Air Force fighter aircraft off the coast of Cuba, the possible assassination of Cuban immigrants, sinking boats of Cuban refugees on the high seas, exploding a U.S. ship, and orchestrating terrorism in U.S. cities. The proposals were rejected. Again, like the fact that they were rejected by JFK means that it got all the way up to his desk before he was like, guys, what the fuck? No, we're not doing that shit. And yeah, it's quite an insane fucking thing. The Joint Chiefs of Staff in the '60s were fucked, guys. They were fucked. Where's LeMay? Wasn't he? He was Lansdale. This guy's fucking crazy too. Could go into them. Oh, I thought LeMay was involved in this. LeMay? Nope. All right, never mind. But yeah, okay, and we've got a bunch of kind of other false flag. They're not all false flag things, but Gulf of Tonkin. This is from the Vietnam War, another sort of thing like this. Anyway, guys, like false flag. I know, like Alex Jones has kind of made this word into a, it's become completely ridiculous. It's become something ridiculous and stupid, but like he calls fucking like Sandy Hook a false flag, right? So like the term has definitely got some bad PR over the years, right? But man, it is a real thing. They do it all the time. Gulf of Tonkin, this is what set off the Vietnam War. It led to the United States engaging more directly in the Vietnam War, I suppose, is the accurate way of saying it. A clash between a destroyer of the U.S. Navy collecting signals intelligence close to North Vietnamese waters and 3 North Vietnamese naval vessels. Blah, 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 blah. 2 U.S. destroyers reported they were attacked by North Vietnamese vessels and they were returning fire. Later investigation revealed, no, that didn't happen. No North Vietnamese vessels were present. You made that all up. That was not it. That one didn't even do a thing. And yet, that didn't matter. Shortly after the events, the National Security Agency and agency of the U.S. Defense Department deliberately skewed intelligence to create the impression that an attack had been carried out. So again, like this is sort of similar to the USS Maine, right? Like, is this a false flag? I don't know. I mean, this one might be. Like, this one might have been like something that they planned from the beginning. I don't know. Or it could have been something where it's like, for whatever, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know why these 2 U.S. destroyers would just report this out of nowhere for no reason. Like, why the fuck would you do that? So maybe this was something planned. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes it's like it was all planned from the beginning, and sometimes it's just like something random happens for whatever reason, and then, you know, all these fucking bloodthirsty ghoul demons over at the, you know, Joint Chiefs of Staff, whatever, the Department of Defense, they get their fucking, like, you know, they get all fucking horned up by the possibility that we could go to war. And they're like, let's fucking do it. Yes, let's use this. And, you know, maybe that happened here. I don't know. My understanding was that the entire thing was planned. But I haven't gone deep on this, to be honest with you. But no, yeah, that'd be maybe I should do like a main channel video on that, where I just go over like all of these false flag events that started like huge wars. This would be one of the big ones. But yeah, guys, people lie to you. People lie to you to send your sons and daughters off to war, and your brothers and sisters, and you. They do it. They do not have your interests at heart. The elite are not to be trusted. With the Chinese weather balloons a false flag, they magically went away. Yeah, good question. Yeah, true. Alex Jones does weirdly have a very restrained take on the Cole Allen situation. I don't know what's going on with him these days. Anyway, gang. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just call that all. That's all part of the. That's all part of the thing about Cole. I didn't have anything else on the guy, but yeah. I don't think he was in the IDF. I think he was just kind of a brain dead lib who didn't know anything about, you know, who didn't really know anything at all about how the world works and what the, I don't know, the Israel-Palestine conflict is all about. And that's how we'll end it there. Okay, moving on. I got other stuff to talk about. Let's do, I don't know. What else did I want to talk about? Okay, I kind of want to, yeah. You know what? I do want to do more videos, because videos are nice, because I don't, and I mean, by that I mean like watching videos. I like that, because then I don't have to do as much work. But okay, you listen. There's been more than one presidential assassination attempt that people have been talking about. Excuse me, let's get into this.
Okay.
James Lee, the Asian Ian Carroll over here. This guy used to be on Rising, right? Or is that what it's called? Breaking Points? Or no, wait. No, is it just called Rising? Anyway, whatever. The one that Crystal Ball used to be on back in the day. And now it's like a bunch of other people. I think he used to be on this, right? Fucking, I don't know. But whatever. He's extremely pilled, right-wing kind of vibes. But he's sort of, he is kind of like an Ian Carroll type. I think that's like a fair depiction of him. But I do think that it's interesting to observe the way that the right wing has now decided, you know what? Now that we don't like Trump anymore, let's start saying that Butler was staged. Because back when this happened, a lot of libs and leftists were like, no way was that real. That was a false flag, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it was fake. They've been saying that forever. The right wing was always like, fuck you. No, you hate America. That's not, it was 100% real, obviously. And it was real because I liked it. Because I thought it was cool. That means it's real. And I like Trump, and I like him, and I don't think he would do that, and so I don't believe that it's conspiracy theory. And I think the vibe shift here, it really is like a perfect example of something that I talk about quite a bit on this show, this channel, where you notice, right? Like I mean, I just said this like last stream, but so I won't make too much of a meal of it. But like, you only believe in the conspiracy theories that conform to your own ideology, right? No one, as hard as they try, is really able to look objectively at the world and be like, let's look into this. And like, I will not allow my personal biases about these people go into it. Like, if you don't like Trump, that means that you could believe in a theory like this. If you do like Trump, you just aren't going to believe in it. Nobody is like, when Butler happened, there was nobody who was MAGA or whatever. Yes, I love Trump. None of those people were like, Trump's great, but I think he did. That was a false flag, that he did fake his own attack. I think he did do that, and I think that's a little tacky. I don't agree with that. I don't think he should have done that, but I still support his policies. Like, nobody was like that, right? So you'll notice now that Trump is fucking, everybody hates him, and everybody realizes all of a sudden, oh, wait, oh, he's a pedophile, an evil pedophile? Oh, whoops. Stoy. I never knew. Now, those people are able to open their minds to theories like this. So anyway, let's watch this video. I haven't seen this yet, so I don't know. That's what I'm assuming it's about. But it's called, I didn't believe Butler was staged. Sorry, I'll read that again with proper emphasis. I didn't believe Butler was staged until I saw this. Here we go.
There's no flag. Trump has just gotten up from being shot, and now the photographers are being moved into position. At this point, the camera angle basically stabilizes position, and then now you see the flag coming into frame, seemingly...
And what kind of a flag is that? And what kind of a flag is that? What kind of a flag? That's right. It's a false one. A false flag. False flag attack. Wow. The real question is, if their loyalty to Trump can switch that quickly and strongly, what is their real / deeper loyalty to? I don't know. Yes, Danny, you got it. False. What's their real deeper loyalty to? I guess it's to the overall, I guess, like, conservative project. Like, they like Trump because he made libs angry, a lot of them. I mean, I don't know. I guess everybody's different, but I would say that, like, many people now have probably thought that Trump was kind of a buffoon and tacky and not, a smart guy, but he was useful to their end goals, whatever they may be. Yeah, racism is a big thing. But yeah, I think that, like, now it's become clear that Trump is not going to help them get there. And I mean, I think a lot of it is Israel. A lot of it is, they don't like how close Trump is to Israel, like, obviously it is fucking despicable how both administrations have responded to the war, the bombardment, I should say, of Gaza, the genocide. But I think on the other right, it's a lot more like anti-Semitic, obviously. There's a lot of reasons, right? There's a lot of reasons why Trump is losing support. But anyway, let's hear what James Lee says.
He held up by this crane that you see in the top right corner of the screen. No flag, and then photographers getting in position, and then flag. Is Donald Trump a Manchurian candidate?
What? Wait, what? What do you mean, is Donald Trump a Manchurian candidate? Hang on.
And if so, how did they get control of a man who seemingly couldn't be controlled? And maybe more importantly, who are the ones pulling the strings?
Okay, I am so fucking confused. A Manchurian, you think that Donald Trump is like a brainwashed, mind-controlled assassin? Is that what you're saying? You think the CIA, like, gave him LSD and told him to fucking, I was not expecting it to go here. Okay.
You and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated.
Oh, yes. I have listened to Fourth Reich Archaeology, Adrenaline Evan. Yes. I really enjoyed their series on, what's the guy's name? The guy that, I feel silly that I can't remember, but Nixon's vice president, Gerald Ford. I think it's called Jerry's World or something like that. They have a whole series on that. I listened to that full thing. It was really, really good. Yeah, I like those guys. Yeah, they're more pilled. They're a little bit more pilled than me, for sure. They go into like Candy Jones and stuff, and her kind of MK Ultra mind control thing. But yeah, I enjoyed their stuff. We're very heavily researched.
in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us.
Tucker Carlson's like body language here. He's like a small child being forced to apologize or something like that. He's like, okay, yeah. And you're like, Tucker James Carlson, say you're sorry for telling people to vote for Trump.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want people to vote for him.
That's louder.
That's for the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented.
I don't believe him at all. The guy is not an actor. His body language is there, but his voice tone is exact same as it always is.
For a long time.
I don't hear any emotion.
I want to say I'm sorry for...
I don't hear any emotion at all in his voice.
Misleading people it was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, the question...
Like it almost, actually right there, it almost sounds like he was trying to make himself cry. Right? You hear that?
Misleading people it was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway...
and then he immediately is able to get out of it, right? Like if somebody's like... And I just like I didn't mean anything by it, and you know what? And then they can immediately go back to normal. Like if they're like they're somebody's like opening up to you. I'm sorry, I told you to vote for Trump, and then the phone rings. Like, 1 second, hello. Like you shouldn't be able to get out of it that quick. Anyway,
the question does present itself immediately. Like, what is this? Was this always the plan?
Looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was. And it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler?
Yeah, what was Butler? Like, what really happened at Butler, Pennsylvania in July of 2024? Because with each passing day, with Trump looking more and more like a Manchurian candidate, doing the bidding of...
What the fuck does James Lee think a Manchurian candidate is? Isn't this guy supposed to be a conspiracy theory dude? Like... you should know what that word Manchurian candidate doesn't just mean you're like controlled by Israel.
Unbelievable. Dark forces. Butler is looking more and more like an inflection point, and perhaps, just perhaps, the biggest hoax of all time.
Tonight, former Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeting 3 times in less than 24 hours, raising questions about the 2024 assassination attempt of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, which would...
Yeah, and what do you think Marjorie Taylor Greene was doing after Butler when all the lib accounts were, all the Blue Anon accounts were like,
look at his ear, guys. Yeah, I think that's probably fake.
No, this is like this is the vibe shift. This is the problem with conspiracy theories. Like people try to wield conspiracy theories towards their own ends, and to be fair, it worked very well for Donald Trump for a long time. Starting with Obama was born in Kenya, and then moving through fucking everything, Pizzagate, whatever, like election fraud, this, that, all this fucking Roger Stone shit, all this 4chan shit, everything that benefited the Trump campaign, QAnon, oh my God. And it just propelled him up and up and up and up, but you can't control the wave forever. And now that he's on the fucking backside, it's all swinging around, and those same people who were like, sure, I'll believe the fucking crazy demon theory that helps my boy Trump. It's swinging back around, and now they're like, oh, okay, and now actually we think he's a Manchurian candidate, which that's not what that means, buddy, but okay.
Was so crucial to that election, including asking, quote, President Trump of all people should be leading the charge. Why isn't he? And she adds, why the cover-up?
Don't you guys find it a little weird that Trump, the guy who loves nothing more than to talk about himself, has said almost nothing about the alleged assassination attempt on his life? Okay, over the past year and a half, he's weaponized the DOJ, Kash Patel's FBI to go after basically every single political enemy he can think of. But figuring out the truth about who really wanted to kill him? Crickets. So today, we're going to try to figure out why. First, let's start with the facts about this day as presented by the mainstream media. On July 13th, 2024, Donald Trump was campaigning at an outdoor rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, when a 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks allegedly opened fire from a nearby rooftop. At approximately 6:11 p.m., a bullet grazed Trump's right ear, leading to a chaotic scene where police snipers eventually killed the gunman after 8 rounds had been fired. Trump survived.
And yeah, I think there is, did he get shot in the ear with a bullet? Or was it like, did it hit like a teleprompter and a piece of glass like chipped off and flew across his cheek or something like that? Like, you know? Like, I don't know that we know what happened.
And defiantly signaled to the crowd with the American flag draped behind him in what is now one of the most iconic photos of all time. The shooting tragically resulted in the death of a spectator named Corey Comparator and critically injured 2 others as well. The FBI concluded its formal investigation in November 2025, maintaining that Crooks acted alone, finding no evidence of co-conspirators or foreign influence. Case closed, and let's just never talk about this again. Definitely.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. I'm going to look this up on Wikipedia too. Why not? Butler, Pennsylvania, attempted assassination. Trump was shot and wounded in his upper right ear. Excuse me. As shots were fired, Trump clasped his ear. Blah 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 blah. I want to know, like, what happened? What happened? Security arrangements, shooting. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to. He arrived on stage, began speaking. Oh, geez. Here we go. Fired 8 shots, striking Trump and 3 rally goers. Wow, he fired 8 shots. I didn't know it was that many. Wow. As the shots were heard, rally attendees yelled "duck." Okay. Well, according to this, the upper part of Trump's right ear was grazed by the first bullet Crooks fired. Okay, so maybe in that case, I guess it was. It did hit his. That's nuts. That is so fucking crazy. Like, so he really was. I mean, according to this, anyway, he really was like a 1 inch to the right. Things would be very different. Wow. That's so nuts. Okay. Trump credited a large chart displaying immigration statistics with saving his life. Immediately before the first shot, he turned his head to the right toward the chart and pointed to it. The movement narrowed the profile of Trump's skull toward the direction of the shooter, possibly saving him from a direct gunshot wound to his skull. Trump later said, "If I hadn't pointed at that chart and turned my head to look at it, that bullet would have hit me right in the head." All right. Oh, boy. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look at what happened. Imagine if that was Trump's counting or not counting of gang violence. Look at this chart of all the crimes illegal immigrants do. Over. Wow. All right, let's keep going.
No cover-up going on. They tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I find the bullet thing feels weird to me, but I sort of think it was a teleprompter glass. You can see it frame by frame. One of the videos, really? Wow.
All it was just the most significant Secret Service failure in decades. The other one I could think of, was in 1963, right around then. And that only, changed the entire course of history. But let's talk about the failures. Here's a list of, close to...
I don't think this guy knows that much about what he's talking about, but okay. This guy bugs me. But sorry, what was I trying to say? I think that, I should really not pause the thing unless I really have a point to make, and I'm just drawing a blank. Listen, it's early. Okay, it's early in the morning. It's only 1:45 p.m., all right? Give me a break.
A comprehensive list of the failures from that day. If I miss any, go ahead and add them in the chat below. But let's start with the first. no local law enforcement was on the rooftop used by the shooter. Number 2, when law enforcement was notified by citizens of the shooter, there was no prompt action at the rooftop to neutralize the shooter. We all saw the videos there. 3, local law enforcement failed to initiate active shooter protocol to protect Trump and the crowd. In fact, they did quite the opposite. 4, there was no apparent communication from local law enforcement to the U.S. Secret Service to get Trump to a secure location. 5, police snipers on the roof used binoculars to track the shooter's position and did not warn the Secret Service below to get Trump off the stage. Right, they knew about the shooter, they saw him, did nothing. Very odd. 6, police snipers under scope vision allowed the shooter to get set and shoot 6 rounds. I think it was actually 8 rounds at Trump. 7, a police sniper got off the scope and looked with the naked eye to be sure the shooter had taken his shots and never looked down at Trump. 8, finally, a police sniper shot Crooks. Once again, after 8 rounds had already been fired. 9, no local police went up to the roof immediately after Crooks was shot to take away his gun and check on his status. 10, all the while, there was no active shooter protocol and no warning was given to Trump or the audience. Now, 1 or 2 of these, okay, maybe it was just a mistake, a lapse in training, miscommunication, an unfortunate...
Classic conspiracy theory thing is to look for as many weird things as possible. And in any situation, if you do enough research, you'll keep finding weird things. You know, like coincidences are constantly happening. We all around you, in the room you're in the city you're in the social group you're in, coincidences are happening at a rapid rate. It's just that we don't notice most of them because we're not paying attention. But if you slow things down and really focus in on an event where there's a lot of news camera coverage and people there with cell phones and information about all these different people, and you really are just go to town trying to find as many weird things as you can, you will be able to stack up coincidences. And this is a technique, right? This is what people do. They'll be able to find a bunch of different things, right? And they'll be like, look at that, huh? Wait, are you telling me that the Secret Service made 3 mistakes? Plus this, plus that, plus this? It's like, I could maybe believe if one of those things happened. But when was the last time there was like 13 weird coincidences around? It's like, no. There are like probably 100 weird coincidences happening to you right now. It's just that you don't know about them because you're not looking into it. You know what I mean? It's not a good argument.
Series of coincidences, but 10, I think.
Oh, there's a good quote. I don't even know where this is from, but it's the plural of coincidence is not evidence.
I think we can say maybe something is afoot. In fact, we actually do know that this is a cover-up, allegedly, because right from the get-go, the Secret Service was caught in a lie, claiming that the sloped roof used by the gunman had, quote, safety factor considerations, meaning it was too sloped for the Secret Service to be up there safely, which is why they evidently couldn't be up there. Like, come on, that's dumb. Really dumb. Especially considering the police snipers, the ones who eventually took out Thomas Crooks, were positioned on a rooftop with a much steeper grade than the...
I think it's funny because, like, I feel like this shit only makes sense to you if you do think that this, whatever, cops and the military and the police are, like, geniuses. It's like, these guys are dumb. These guys are fucking, like, toe-headed, like, fucking bloodthirsty gym rats. Like, they're not especially, like... These are not the fucking, like, action movie heroes you guys think they are. Like, you know, it's like, wait a minute, this guy's a U.S. Marine and he isn't perfect in every way, and a all-American boy, and a specimen of intelligence and strategy and cunning and physical fitness. Wait a minute, something's weird. It's like, no, the weird thing is that you have been propagandized.
Building that was supposedly too dangerous for the Secret Service. Just a little PSA for everybody, okay? When you see an immediate disinformation campaign like that, you know right off the bat you are in the midst of a psyop.
Fucking stupid thing to say. Wait, what was the fucking disinformation campaign? The disinformation campaign was that what the Secret Service director said? Oh, okay.
Just a little PSA for everybody, okay? When you see an immediate disinformation campaign like that, you know right off the bat you are in the midst of a psyop.
Stupid thing to say, though. Yeah. People lie. Anytime someone tells a lie, you're in the midst of a psyop. There is a big gap. Politicians lie fucking like they breathe. If you hear something that's wrong, and whatever, maybe it's a disinformation campaign, it doesn't mean that it's a psyop. Psyop is a lot bigger thing there.
And a massive cover-up is probably already underway. Speaking of which, let's talk now about this iconic Trump photograph, because for there to be a cover-up, there needs to be something to psyop, which I think is the creation of this larger-than-life leader, an almost godlike figure that people are supposed to worship. Right? Look at this image. You know, the guy, fist raised high into the air, blood on his face. This is the start of a mythos. Because think about it. Why would the Secret Service ever allow Trump to be in that position? Not just to get shot in the first place, but then after he had already supposedly been shot, expose him again. Because what if there was a second shooter? Not smart. Unless, of course, it was staged.
The president's been shot. Oh no. No.
Okay, that does not sound real though. That sounds like a bad actor. The president's been shot. Oh no.
The president's been shot. Oh no.
Sorry. I mean, I'm sure that guy's really scared, but like, I don't know. Listening to it in this context, I'm like, okay, sounds like a community theater actor. Oh no, the president's been shot.
Either that or they're covering. We don't know. Either that or they're covering him. We love you. We love you, President Trump. We love you. We love you, President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, like, you didn't need a photo with a flag in the background to have people worship this guy like a god. Sorry to break it to you, that already been happening.
What's up? We love you. Yes. Yes.
You guys see it, right? Why does it look like the flag is being lowered into position just as photographers are being ushered in to take photographs? Right there, no flag, and now there's a flag. Let's look at it again. Okay, there's no flag. Trump has just gotten up from being shot, and now the photographers are being moved into position. At this point, the camera angle basically stabilizes position, and then now you see the flag coming into frame, seemingly held up by this crane that you see in the top right corner of the screen. No flag, and then photographers getting in position, and then flag. I always say that I'm not a conspiracy theorist, even though people like to call me that, but in moments like...
That's ridiculous. This guy is definitely a conspiracy theorist.
Like this, I'm definitely...
And you know what that is? That is disinformation he's giving you right now. And anytime you get disinformation, you know there's a psyop in place.
Like, there's something going on here. Now, the crane owner apparently lost $50,000 as a result of the Trump rally shooting investigation. It says here, the American flag that served as a backdrop for the former president was held aloft by two long boom cranes donated for the event by Mitchell DeLulo, 31, a Butler County small business owner. Since the shooting, Mr. DeLulo has been unable to retrieve the cranes because they are in the middle of one of the most scrutinized crime scenes on the planet. He lost about $50,000 of business as a result. But despite his financial losses, Mr. DeLulo said he was proud to have supported Trump so prominently. Even if this whole ordeal were to put me out of business, I would do it again, he said. I believe in Trump. Bit of an odd reaction, I think. Oh, I just lost $50,000, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Yeah, do you not know about Trump people? They're stupid. They're weird. They're stupid weirdos. What do you mean? They're dumbos, man. You haven't noticed that? This is what I think about this guy. I don't know that much about him. The vibes I get though are that this guy was never really into conspiracy theories. Okay, this guy's kind of a poser. He's like, but he's realized that when he talks about it, he gets a lot of views, and he's like, okay, I guess I do that now. And that would explain why he is completely like misusing shit like a Manchurian Candidate and be like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It's like, okay, maybe you actually aren't, but you're just, you know what gets you clicks.
Makes no sense unless you believe that Trump is some kind of god.
Okay, yeah, which people do think that, yeah.
As he's not. He's just a humble Red Cross doctor with demons above his head. But seriously, what the heck is going on?
I don't care if he staged the assassination attempt at Butler. I don't care. I don't care, and I think he should admit it. I think he should admit it. I should change the subject. Stop talking about Iran. Just admit you staged it in Butler. It was the heat of the campaign. People do crazy things in campaigns. I think, I'm speaking just for myself, I will not think less of you if you admit to staging and faking the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. I will be impressed by the level of coordination. Explain to us how you did it.
Yeah, Danny, Tim Dillon is a strange guy. I agree.
Kind of like those David Copperfield behind that. And I know that David Copperfield had some Epstein links. Folks, that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to explain the way a magician will show you how they do their trick. I think Donald Trump should do a 1-hour special on Barry Weiss's CBS News. This is a great idea. With Barry, members of the Mossad, and Trump to discuss how they fabricated and staged the assassination attempt. Now, of course, a real person died.
Yeah, very true, Mark. At this point in the campaign, Trump was on track of destroying Biden. This was before Kamala had jumped in. And I mean, like, it was already looking like, okay, yeah, here we go. Trump 2, guys, get ready. And then this happened, and it was like, everyone was just like, well, fuck. All right, Biden's fucking done. And then we got the debate where Biden showed up like, listen, Jack, I'm pooping my pants right now. That whole fucking debacle. And then they switched it out with Kamala, and for a second we were like, oh, maybe it'll be good. And things were kind of, but then they fumbled the ball at the end. Oof. Oh, this was 2 weeks after Biden's terrible debate performance. Okay, so I got that mixed around. So then, yeah, probably those two events together, that's what they're like, we gotta fucking sub this guy out. He's done.
And that's terrible. R.I.P. And they should say that
Corn Pop was a bad dude. Corn Pop was a bad dude. You can take that to the bank, Buster. Occasionally I've managed to do a pretty decent Biden impression, but it's hard. It's not. I don't know where he lives in my, vocal thing. I don't know.
In high stakes things like this, stuff like that happens.
Stuff like that happens. Tim Dillon. He's such a legend for daring to point out the questions that we all have in our heads. What
was the point of him showing that clip? Well, why is he showing the Tim Dillon clip with the same gravity that he showed the actual footage in Butler? It's like, there you go, folks. Tim Dillon. And he is a brave American truth teller for saying what we're all thinking. The things that I've been saying but I haven't been saying them as funny as when he says it, but I think them too. It's like, okay, man.
Thinking, right? Like, for example, Thomas Crooks. Who was this guy really? Was he just a deranged, crazy person? Or could he have been potentially groomed and radicalized by the FBI?
So he's the guy that you would probably want to call a Manchurian candidate if you were to believe in such a thing. Calling Trump a Manchurian candidate don't really
sounds a little crazy, but wouldn't be the first time that something like that has happened. The FBI claimed that Thomas Crooks had no online presence, but a Tucker Carlson investigation revealed he was actually very active online with hundreds of YouTube comments, encrypted emails, Snapchat, Discord, and multiple payment apps. In fact, this is interesting. Among the 17 accounts that ended up being uncovered, one, his PayPal, was operated under an alias, Rod Swanson, and Rod Swanson just so happened to be a former senior FBI agent who was the chief of investigations for the state of Nevada during the 2017 Las Vegas mass shooting. And
Oh, damn. Okay, I didn't know about this stuff. Maybe I should check out that Tucker Carlson documentary on crooks, because, I don't know, people have been saying he uncovered some shit. And it's connected to the Las Vegas shooting? Damn. All right. Yo, I can't wait to hear what Flesh Simulator thinks about this.
I have built a monument to your failures.
Oh, okay, Flesh Simulator. You got to calm down, though.
You were fucked forever.
Okay, fair enough.
if you know anything about that incident, this is a crazy, preposterous coincidence. I'm speechless. Thomas Crooks also appeared in a commercial, if you remember, for BlackRock.
My name is Brian DeLala.
BlackRock. I like how he said for BlackRock. Oh, why did it do that?
Thomas Crooks also appeared in a commercial, if you remember, for BlackRock.
My name is Brian DeLala. I teach AP and Honors Economics.
There he
in
is.
Pittsburgh.
He's learning economics from Brian DeLalo.
BlackRock.
My name is Brian DeLala. I teach AP and Honors Economics in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do.
Yo, do you think that maybe Thomas Crooks missed Donald Trump because when he turned his head, he's used to looking at his own face, and he thought that Trump also, his chin went out that far? Maybe that's why he just missed his face, because he wasn't used to somebody with not, I don't know, severe underbite.
Economics in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do. I hope when I retire
What a commercial for him to be in, too. BlackRock.
They say, you know, that guy made this place a special place to come.
What the hell? Wait, that's how... Sorry, I'm not even concerned about Thomas Crooks. Look at how this guy writes on a board. Look how he holds the marker. It's crazy. Hang on, this is wrong. This is a crime against God.
I hope when I retire someday, they say, you know, that guy made this place a special place to come.
Oh, there he is, right there.
And gave as much as he could. Made this place
There he
a
is,
special place to come.
Oh, there he is.
When I retire
Am I-
someday,
wait.
they say, you know, that guy made this place a
Wait. Is that how he does it? He's like holding it like this? That's nuts. It's an overhand grip. I never seen anything like it. And he's, you know, hey, to be fair, I can read what he's writing. Fiscal
special place to come.
Oh, there he is, right there.
And gave as much as he could to help the community.
Like, I don't know what's going on here, but something dark seems to be happening.
What do you mean though? What would let's, you know, blue sky this for me. What could that mean? Other than he took an economics class and happened to be in a BlackRock commercial. Like I feel like people are still trying to act like it's like 1960 and it's like incredibly rare for people to be in a commercial or on camera at all, or for there to be involved in some whatever, like have an IMDb page. No, man, it's 2026. You know, we're well into the 21st century. Everyone's got a camera in their pocket. Everybody's got a YouTube channel. Everybody's tried their hand at becoming a vlogger. You know, we've all done this. Everybody does. Everybody's got this shit. If any one of us here were arrested for the president, all of the things people would be able to find about us, they'd be like, oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Oh, you know, for me, right? They'd be like, oh, interesting. Chill Goblin was on InfoWars. Maybe he is also a CIA plant. Oh, interesting. Chill Goblin was actually on Canada land, whatever. Like, I mean, those are like the two big things that people have played me on. So it's like, you know, you can find shit anywhere. You know, if you look into somebody's life, what's like the highest profile thing you've been a part of? You know, people will be able to find that. Have you ever been in the newspaper? Have you ever uploaded a YouTube video? Have you ever whatever? People are going to find shit like that.
Was Butler, or could Butler have been a stage event to communicate to Trump that he's under some kind of threat? Or was he maybe in on it to help him win the election? And once victorious, allow him to assume some kind of demonic role to usher in the end times. Like the other day, tweeting out a video of Frank Sinatra performing My Way with the lyrics, and now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention, I did it my way.
I love him reading the lyrics to My Way, one of the most famous songs, period, in a ominous way. What do you mean, man? Like, what are you getting at here? Trump tweeted out a video of Frank Sinatra singing My Way. Yeah, he'll do that. Yeah, that's like the most Trump move like I can imagine. What's the implication? He's like, yes, he found this obscure old song where the lyrics hold a secret message. And now the end is near, and as I face the final curtain, he knew he was about to be almost assassinated, but he wouldn't be really assassinated. What the heck are you talking about over here?
Few, but that.
Morning, every gob. Morning, Goblin Queen. Good morning. It's 2 p.m. Time to wake up. Rise and shine.
And again, too few to mention, I did it my way. Yeah, that's super comforting to hear from the President of the United States.
Yeah, but you heard it from Frank Sinatra, the guy who sang the song that everyone knows. Are you kidding me right now? What is the problem with this? Oh my God. Like, this is the type of shit that Trump likes too. Like, this is the type of song he likes. He loves shit like weepy fucking like old-timey, like, I don't know, show tunes vibes. This is the exact type of shit he likes. I think he said his favorite song of all time is that song, Is That All There Is? Like, he loves shit like this. God, these people. Anyway. Yeah, My Way by Limp Bizkit. That would be funny if he was had to read those lyrics. He posted a link to My Way by Limp Bizkit, which includes the lyrics. How does it go? This time I'm going to let it all come out. This time I'm going to stand up and shout, I'm going to do things my way. It's my way, or the highway. Interesting. What could that possibly mean? I won't say it out loud, but I will take you all the way up to the line so that you can have the worst opinion possible.
At this point, I don't think it's that conspiratorial to say, I think Butler, PA was conjured by some kind of nefarious force, and now we're seeing that plan unfold.
You guys getting the vibe? Like, this guy, he does believe in magic, right? Like, he's not just like, they are treating Trump as a god. They are treating Trump as some kind of god. Like, at first I'm like, yeah, they are. Have you not noticed that? They've been doing that. Remember they brought a gold statue of Trump? Like, literally like an idol to Baal? Like, do you remember that when they brought that to the fucking Republican, what is it, RNC? You don't remember? Like, remember all the shit they do that's like that? You know? Yeah, that's been happening. But now I'm like, he keeps being like, is there some sort of nefarious, hellish, demonic force rising up out of the druidic Babylonian depths to take over the government and drive a worm into Trump's brain to take over and force us to all worship Baphomet? Well, I don't know. But he did post a Frank Sinatra clip, which I've decided is evil magic.
By some kind of nefarious force.
Like, what does he say? What is? Could it be? Like, this is his theory here.
I think
he does a little Kermit the Frog thing. I'm sorry. I'm going a little bit too deep on analyzing every little thing this guy does, but he does do a little Kermit the Frog. Here for a second. Hang on. Here. He's got like Jordan Peterson Tourette's. Like, every so often he'll talk normally, and then he'll be like, "Yeah, do we know if there's possibly a thing?" Like, it's like a little. You'll hear.
At this point, I don't think it's that conspiratorial to say, I think Butler, PA was conjured by some kind of nefarious force, and now we're seeing that plan unfold in the form of a holy war on behalf of a foreign country.
Okay, Israel. All right. I'm hearing you.
His administration is now filled with compromised degenerates, and he's now pardoning criminals and pedos.
He's now pardoning criminals and pedos? Bro, where have you been, man? Where have you been, dude? This is what he's always been doing. Oh, yeah.
have you noticed an evil force seems to have stopped me from noticing that he's been like this the whole time? Like, I don't actually disagree with anything he said there at the end. I mean, I wouldn't put it exactly like that. I don't think anybody's been conjured exactly. I just think this is kind of how things have inevitably led. But yeah, the dude is incredibly corrupt. He's a pedophile. He's a rapist. He's everyone in his cabinet is a fucking rapist. It's crazy. It actually is like far higher than the statistical norm would be if you randomly picked guys. I do think he prefers if people have sexual assault allegations in their past. That he wants that. He likes that. But yeah, no, okay. I thought I was going to have more to argue with there. I actually pretty much completely agree with that. I'm just a little annoyed that he seems to think that this is a new thing.
Today with reading part of this tweet from Trisha Hope, who is a longtime Trump supporter. I don't know if she's supporting him anymore after this. And she was also a Trump national delegate. She writes, quote, "Since the attempt on his life, Trump has shown no interest in investigating what really happened. He never mentions it. It's as if it never happened, except when he tells us he took a bullet for us. As for Corey Comparator..."
Okay, so he has mentioned it. Like, yeah, he did. He talked about it. Talked about it quite a bit. You know, like, yeah, what do you want? You want him to be constantly bringing it up?
I think it's weird that he doesn't mention this thing every time he talks. I mean, maybe, but you know, like this is the thing, right? Like this is why we're all a little crazy now, or one of the reasons. The Trump administration, like the Trump in particular, not even his administration, this guy, he's not like, I don't think a particularly intelligent dude, but he is a fucking genius at doing crazy shit and that stays in the news and flushes out the news cycle. You know, this guy is constantly producing stories every day, right? Like if you went back, guys, I'm telling you, someone should do this. Go back to the beginning of his fucking, presidency, even like the campaign, right? Go back to 2015 if you have to. Look, just make a list of every fucking scandal that this guy's been a part of. Every insane thing that has happened with this guy that you hear you in the news and it hits you and you're like, what the fuck? He said this? The golden shower tape, like the P tape, the fucking, Stormy Daniels shit where he made her, what was it? Spank him with a Forbes magazine with his face on the cover. Who cares about that? That isn't even that big. But like when he said, I could shoot a man in whatever Times Square and people would love me for it or something like that. He encouraged like people to beat up protesters at his rallies. He fucking, I don't know, everything. Like he just the other week, he threatened to wipe out the civilization of Iran, this invading Greenland, invading Canada, making Canada the 51st state, everything, guys. This guy, the news stories move so quickly. We can't even fucking grab a hold of them. That's like fucking trying to catch smoke. This is just one example of many insane things that have happened during this fucking guy's political career. That is, if you think about it, you're like, holy fuck, I forgot that did happen. That's what happens. Everything just keeps moving so quickly. It hasn't been like this before, not in my lifetime. I don't think we had the technology for the news cycle to move this quickly until, fairly recently. And Biden, say what you will about Biden, his presidency was not like this. Okay. The guy had his gaffes. The guy had his fucking, hey, there's one word to describe all this. He had his weird fucking, he tripped down the stairs and stuff. This is on a different level. This is on a completely different level. Every fucking day there's a new thing. So, yeah, a whole civilization will die tonight and never to be brought back. The ballroom. Oh my God. Watch what happens with the recent assassination attempt. It's going to be gone. It's going to be out of the news in a week. Okay? In 2 weeks' time, you'll be like, oh yeah, right. What was that, guys? It's not going to matter. I'm sorry. It sucks. It's no way to live. It's bad for your brain. It's bad for all of us. It's hard to fucking form any opinion on anything in the news because of the way things move. That's just how it is.
This makes no sense to me to be like, and he doesn't talk about it anymore. Yeah, because he's talking about other insane things. Ugh. Anyway.
He was used in this plot. Someone had to die, otherwise it would have been much easier to claim that it was a hoax. They killed Corey, likely because he was...
Yeah, some guy shot a gun at the White House during Clinton and Obama. Most people forgot about those. Yeah. Obama, how many assassination attempts did Obama go through? Like 5 or something. Like quite a bit. Quite a few people tried to kill that guy. Yeah. Trump's only been tried to kill 3 times. That's white privilege.
Truly a hero in real life, one people would rally behind and defend passionately, as they should. Then to top it all off, they used Corey to their benefit at the convention. To this day, his wife is begging for answers she has repeatedly been denied. Sadly, they have no more use for her. She no longer matters. If you cannot look at the story and use critical thinking skills and have at least some questions...
Like, I would be suspicious if Trump hadn't thrown the widow away immediately after she was useful to him. Like, if Trump had kept her coming back and helped her out and given her a lot of money and paid her off, I'd be like, that's really unusual for Trump. That is not what he normally does. Oh, so he had her do a fucking speech at some rally or whatever, or what was it, the convention? Oh, he did that, and then he immediately cut her off and stopped returning her calls? Yeah, that's what I would have guessed he would do. Why would that make you suspicious? You know how Trump, do you not know anything about Trump? Like, this is what he does. This is what he does. He's a fucking psychopath.
You are the problem, and we need you to snap out of it. She's right. It's time to snap out of it, people.
Yes.
This isn't a left-right issue. It's not a Democrat-Republican battle. This is a battle between good and evil, and the time to wake up, if you haven't already, is right now. That is it for me this week. What do you think? Was Butler, Pennsylvania a real threat on the president's life, or was it a hoax? Sound off in the comment section below. Also, if you have any rabbit holes that you want me to go down, let me know. If you want to support my journalism, you can become a member.
Okay, so, all right, this guy's an idiot. But what I really would like to know is, what does he think Manchurian Candidate is? Isn't that how this opened? Or no? Is Trump...
Okay, there's no flag. Flag. More. No flag. And then photographers getting in position, and then flag. Is Donald Trump a Manchurian Candidate?
This is how he starts the video. Is Donald Trump a Manchurian Candidate? Never returns to that point, by the way. He never comes back. Let's get into why I think he's a brainwashed assassin. If Trump was a Manchurian Candidate, he gets the activation phrase, and then he puts the gun up to his own head, maybe, I guess. The latest Trump assassination was Trump himself. But I'm so baffled by that, because I really was expecting him to come back and explain what he means. Anyway, okay. Is Trump a Manchurian Candidate? Just a question. I'm not going to talk about that anymore in this video, but I thought it would be a good way to start. I thought it would be an eye-catching way to begin this video. Anyway, whatever. Okay, you know what? I kind of enjoyed watching that. We'll watch more of this guy's stuff. This guy's like way bigger than like the guys I've been watching on here, Coop and Chase and them guys there. So yeah, no, okay. James Lee, new favorite conspiracy guy. Ian Carroll, I would love to watch some Ian Carroll shit, but like, I don't really know him as a TikTok guy. I have only seen him on YouTube, and I will sit and torture myself watching these like 3-hour streams and being like, what the hell? This guy's wrong about everything. And this is another dude, and maybe I'm projecting onto that guy there. What was his name again? James Lee. Was that it? Shoot. I forget. Yeah, James Lee. Sorry. Okay. James Lee. But like Ian Carroll, this guy, he's supposed to be like, he's the conspiracy expert. He knows all about conspiracies. And I see him say shit all the time. I'm like, you just found out about conspiracies like last year, bro. You're not a fucking tinfoil hat fucking guy, man. You just figured this out. He's been like, yeah, he said something like, I keep hearing about the 60s. I've been meaning to dig into the 60s. I'm like, you don't know about the 60s? You don't know about that shit, man? That's like the main thing, conspiracy theory. That's the only decade you really got to know about as a a person of pilledness. The politically correct word for conspiracy theorist. A person of noidery. Anyway, I'd like to get into watching his stuff, but he's got a TikTok, right? So maybe I should start watching his TikToks instead of his like 3-hour ramble streams. Who does that? Who does a freaking rambles on stream without a plan for hours and hours? Not me. Does Manchurian Candidate have to be an assassin? I guess technically not. It could just be a brainwashed, like a Manchurian Candidate. Like this comes from a book that was turned into a movie, and this was sort of like a idea that was out in the fucking atmosphere, that was out in the zeitgeist, whatever, during this period, the 50s and 60s, where people thought that these American GIs who were captured by communist regimes, I think it was, what was it, North Korea, China? Someone or one of those guys captured some American guys and had them say on camera, like, I think America's bad. And then people in America were like, oh my God, they were brainwashed. Actually, the word brainwash comes from a translation of a Chinese phrase. It's like two Chinese characters or whatever, words, I guess, that directly translate to brainwash. Like we didn't have that word. We got that from China because that's what we assumed was happening. And sorry, lost my train of thought. And I'm getting it back. Sorry, wait. I think maybe I'm a Manchurian Candidate and I've been brainwashed. But yeah, so the CIA was like completely wrong. Like no one has really figured out how to brainwash people like that. At least as far as we know. Maybe they have, and we just don't know for sure. But CIA started doing this thing called Project Bluebird. MK Bluebird, was it? That eventually became MK Ultra. MK Search. There's also Project Artichoke. Artichoke was that the one they were doing in Vietnam? I believe that's right. Let me look this up. Project Artichoke. Project Artichoke, yes. Hang on. This was also pre MK Ultra. It was succeeded by Project MK Ultra, initially known as Project Bluebird. See, guys? Primary goal was to figure out if a person could be involuntarily made to perform an act of yada, yada, yada. But I think what really made this one different, can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will and even against fundamental laws of nature? I'm trying to see, because I thought this was, okay, hang on. Where was it? Not Project Artichoke? No, okay. There was one of these things they did where they were able to experiment on like prisoners of war in Vietnam, and they were able to do a lot more insane shit. But yeah, they use, in-house and overseas experiments using LSD, hypnosis, and total isolation, giving people cocaine, marijuana, heroin, peyote, and mescaline. Increasingly, they saw LSD as the most promising drug. You know what's interesting, though? There is a drug that you can brainwash people with, but we just didn't know about it. Scopolamine, right? Is that the one? Scopolamine? Devil's breath. It's a medication used to treat motion sickness. Sometimes used before surgery to decrease saliva. Okay, wait. Am I totally wrong? Wait. No, isn't there a thing there? I thought with scopolamine is something you can do where you can, oh, here we go. Interrogation and use in crime. So check this out. This is a drug that kind of is like that, I think. Ingestion of scopolamine can render a victim unconscious for 24 hours or more in large doses. Okay, wait. The highest prevalence of misuse seems to be recorded in Colombia. Unofficial estimates there put the number of annual scopolamine incidents at approximately 50,000. One common and particularly dangerous method that criminals use to rob a victim is through the use of drugs. Okay, here it is. So this is something that people use, like whatever. It's probably in hospitals and shit, and you use it so you don't drool too much at your whatever dentist appointment. But if you get it in like whatever powder form, the majority of these incidents occur in nightclubs and bars. Usually men perceived to be wealthy are targeted by a young, attractive women. It is recommended that to avoid becoming a victim of scopolamine... Oh, wait, hang on. No, what? But tell me about how it works. In hopes that they become... wait, okay, maybe I am thinking of something different. Sorry. Hang on. It's referred to as devil's breath. In popular media and television, it is... Oh, okay, so maybe this isn't true. Maybe I've been lied to. Because I thought that, in popular media and television, it's portrayed as a method to brainwash or control people into being defrauded by their attackers. There's debate whether these claims are true. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Because what I thought was that with scopolamine, which is also something that Jeffrey Epstein was interested in, by the way. He was interested in devil's breath. There's a good Hamilton Morris video about it. Okay. Pharmacopoeia or whatever. Microdoses you for seasickness. Macrodoses is hypnotic delirium, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Like, okay, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm curious. I just opened up all these other things here about devil's breath. Because, I had thought, burundanga. Yeah. I thought that this was a thing where basically like the thing is, you give someone this drug and then they'll just become completely suggestible. This is my understanding. This might be wrong. And they'll be like, here, let's look it up. Burundanga. God, I love Spanish. World's scariest drug. Is this the one you're talking about? Is this Pharmacopoeia? No, this is just a Vice. What Vice didn't tell you about borracho? Wait, borracho, that just means drunk. Oh, sorry, borrachero. Oh, that is, okay, is that another name for this? Burundanga? But like you get scopolamine and you don't fall asleep. It's not like, like a roofie or something like that. You're awake and you can talk and whatever. You won't have any memory of it later. Maybe kind of like is that like GHB or something like that? I don't know. I never done G, but it's like, Vice did a documentary about it. But like, according to the documentary of a Vice made, you can give somebody this drug and then you can be like, here, come with me. Let's take out money from your bank account. And you'll be like, okay. And you go with them and you go to the ATM and you put your card in and you withdraw as much money as you can. And they're like, great, let's go to another ATM. And you withdraw as much money as you can. You'll just do that and you'll like, okay, let's go to your house. All right. And then you'll like help them carry out your furniture out into their fucking whatever truck. Like, well, like you'll help them and then they'll be like, okay, bye. And then you go into your house and then you wake up the next day and you're like, where's all my shit? So that's kind of what I thought it was. Let's watch a little bit of this documentary. Let's watch just a little bit of it. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but let's just see like what, here, like it seems like this part, the guy's about to say what it does. You could be walking right here and suddenly you have your back turned or a girl walking right here and I walk up and I go, he blows powder in her face just like that. With just that flash, the person is totally drugged. Now this does seem like this doesn't seem true, right? It seems like he's kind of overplaying his hand here. Just that flash, burundanga. This guy's like, not only am I an evil monster, I also love to play the flute. That's what we're listening to. Okay. You wait a minute when you see it kick in. Then you know you own that person. You can guide them wherever you want. It's like they're a child. You say, take me to your house. Give me your checkbook. Take out your savings. Give me your credit card numbers. Ta. Just like that. If you exceed the dose, you run the risk of the person dying.
Colombia is basically...
All right. So there's the guy talking about this dude is like, hello, here's what I'd like to do to people. Also, would you like to hear me play the flute for a while? Anyway, I am a monster. I'm a human beast. Yeah. So, okay, I don't know if it's 100% true, but apparently this is like the drug that the CIA was looking for but never found and concluded didn't exist in public-facing statements. But it sounds like if this drug does what he says, it would be, you could make MK Ultra like Manchurian candidates easily. You could just go, okay, you want to kill Trump? Here's what you do. Get some fucking burundanga, go over to somebody, blow it in their face like you're a voodoo like priest, making a zombie. And then that person will be like, and you'll be like, here's a gun. Now go and murder that guy. And you'll be like, yes, I will do that. I'll be right back. And, you know, you go like that. Like, if that's what it is, I'm surprised that you don't hear more about this, because this should be very frightening. You know, world's scariest drug. This is not, there's a lot of scary drugs out there. You see that Russian drug you see the Vice for that documentary about that Russian drug? What's it called? Crocodile? That like, it's like heroin, but it gives you like a flesh eating, your fucking limbs fall off in chunks. Like, that's a scary drug. You know, it's addictive and it's horrifying physical results. This one's not addictive. This one's doesn't fucking make you melt, but it's even scarier because of what it could do. Now, I gotta say, I'm starting to think maybe that's not right. Let's look into this though. So, okay, this is from Wikipedia. This is one of their, sources on this. In the past, there were stories circulating that a chemical known as devil's breath was making its way around the world, being blown into faces and soaked into business cards to render unsuspecting tourists incapacitated. The result, a zombie-like, right? Like that's kind of what the original like zombie thing was in Haiti, right? That the voodoo priest would blow the magic powder on you. A zombie-like state that left victims with no ability to control their actions, leaving them at risk of having their bank accounts emptied, homes robbed, organs stolen, or raped by a street criminal. But are these sensationalized stories part of an urban legend or a factual crime scene? Great question. According to a 1995 Wall Street Journal article, about half of all emergency room admissions in Bogota, Colombia, were for burundanga poisoning. I'm sorry, I am going to continue to pronounce Spanish names like that, or whatever words. Scopolamine is also present in Jimson weed, Datura stramonium, a plant found in most of the continental U.S. This street drug is available in prescription form too if you suffer from seasickness. Maybe you've used scopolamine on your last ocean adventure. The active ingredient is available in a 1 milligram transdermal patch, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. So it's also used for normal stuff. The transdermal patch is not classified by the DEA as a controlled substance. High doses or spiked drinks could cause issues. In Colombia, where its use seems most widespread, unofficial estimates of scopolamine events are roughly 50,000 per year. Wow, that's a lot. In large doses, it can cause respiratory failure and death. However, those effects are due to oral administration in liquid or powder form in foods and beverages. Not surprisingly, the majority of these Colombian incidents has occurred in nightclubs and bars, reminiscent of the date rape drug Rohypnol. Okay, blah, 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 blah. But what I would like to know, okay, here we go. Immediate zombie-like side effects from blowing it into someone's face seems unlikely. I agree with that. That would be so nuts. From a pharmacologic standpoint, others have questioned the reports of robberies taking place when the powder is blown into someone's face or placed on a business card. Yeah, that does not seem true. It could be true, I guess. I'm just saying it doesn't seem true. But does it still have the effects even if it's administered, like if you grind it up and put it in someone's drink and stir it around, like, if you have a larger dose of it like that, could it have these effects? Women from London having prolonged headaches after possible scopolamine exposure. The reliability of all these reports are difficult to confirm. Is devil's breath actually scopolamine? Okay, so there's also the question, maybe this isn't scopolamine. Maybe this is a different drug. Urban legend or not, the use of drugs to incapacitate, rob, or rape victims can and does happen domestically and internationally. Right. And then they end off with a joke. Because of that, why don't we take a dose of good sense to avoid being poisoned, whether traveling abroad or just going out for the night in your own hometown? Okay. All right, that's it. Hey, okay, that was a little bit annoying. No, I do not accept cookies. Can it really zombify you? Great word, by the way, zombify. Zombify. Yeah, the blowing thing makes no sense. It would just get on your own face too. I mean, yeah, maybe it absorbs through your skin, or maybe you and it's like becomes a big cloud of smoke and they breathe it in or something like that. But like, I don't know. I find that pretty doubtful. For a drug that has such strong effects, I feel like you would need to like have a very direct way of administering it. If it's that potent, oh my God. One of the most enduring hoaxes you might hear in a backpacker hostel is that of the drug-soaked business card. Someone hands you their card, the drug is instantly absorbed by your skin. Yeah, that's like the fentanyl shit, you know. That's not really how it works. You fall into a zombie-like state. Blah, 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 blah. The drug is burundanga, or scopolamine, derived from nightshade plants, and there are countless stories about how criminals in Colombia and Ecuador use the drug, which is said to remove a person's free will, yada, yada, yada. Most dangerous drug in the world. It's hard to know which are urban myths and which are genuine. Like, how hard could it be? Come on. Guys, can we get some fucking guys in lab coats that go down to Colombia, blast themselves in the face with some scopolamine smoke, and then just see if that person will do whatever you ask them to? That would really solve a lot of issues here. Blah, 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 blah. The dangers of falling victim to a scopolamine attack. According to reports, the drug has been used on dozens of victims in Paris. Paris, okay. You get these scare stories. They have no toxicology, so nobody knows what it is. The idea that it's scopolamine is a bit far-fetched because it could be anything. Oh, interesting. So it doesn't have any traces, I guess, once they do a drug test. The idea that someone becomes zombified after someone blows powder into their face seems pretty unlikely. There's no evidence it's being used in Europe. This is really interesting. I wonder. Well, it is a drug. It is a drug, though. Yeah, if you tried to order some scopolamine from a chemical company, they'd be reluctant to sell it to you. Okay, so I guess this guy's a scientist. It is horrible stuff. When I used to give it to people in experiments, they hated it. It makes your mouth really dry. It makes your pupils constrict. Certainly high doses would be completely incapacitating. Does it remove free will? It would completely zonk you out, but I don't know about removing free will. It incapacitates you because you'd feel so drowsy you wouldn't remember what was going on, but you would do after huge doses of alcohol or lots of drugs like Valium or other benzodiazepine drugs. It has marked amnesic effects used in Alzheimer's. Okay. That's nice. So it helps with Alzheimer's? Or no, I guess it's just used in Alzheimer's research. Mostly, though, it's used at very low doses to treat motion sickness. It's one of those drugs with a rich backstory. It's said to be one of the first truth serums. In the early 20th century, I'm surprised that I've never heard of the CIA explaining, like doing this shit. Like, I didn't know of them experimenting with scopolamine. There are true stories of it being used in Nazi Germany as an interrogation tool. Interesting. And in the Middle Ages by witches. What? Okay, and now we're getting, suddenly the next part of this is called an incredible self-own. Oh no, sorry. This is just support the Guardian. No, I won't support you, Guardian. You put out some good articles that I like. However, you are too transphobic for me, and I must decline your offer. No, I will not subscribe to you. Burundanga. This is from Snopes. Criminals in the U.S. are not using burundanga. So sometimes they spell it burandanga. Sometimes they spell it burundanga. Make up your mind, guys. Well, they say false that criminals were using burundanga-soaked business cards. Are criminals using burundanga-soaked business cards to incapacitate their victims? The most dangerous drug in the world. Devil's breath chemical from Colombia can block free will. Scopolamine often blown into faces of victims or added to drinks. Within minutes, victims are like zombies, coherent but with no free will. Drugs made from the borrachero tree. I didn't need to say tree like that. All right. Burundanga. All right, whatever. I'm here's like a bunch of like chain emails about this. But where's their research? What can be said with certainty is that prior to the dissemination of this warning, no reports were showing up in the U.S. news of the day of people experiencing dizziness after being handed odd-smelling business cards by strangers. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit okay. I'm a little bit relieved, honestly. It's kind of nice to know that the scariest drug in the world maybe isn't real. Oh, is that right? Okay? Belladonna, witches use belladonna. It's a rid cock. Rid cock. Oh, great name, by the way. The witch thing is because they use belladonna in witches' flying ointment. Belladonna has scopolamine. Now, belladonna really can, if it's an ointment you rub on you and it makes you be able to fly. Am I understanding that right? Interesting. You know, so here's the thing, right? Like, you could get drunk. Like, this could happen. Like, you could just get drunk and then meet some, like, scary guys who are like, give me all your money. And you give them all your money. Like, that could happen to you. You don't even need whatever to be zombified by devil's breath. You even got the devil to breathe on you. That could just happen, you know? You could be totally sober, and then some people could intimidate you and pressure you into emptying out your bank account, and maybe they don't even have a gun or anything. They're just like, you know, they frighten you and they make you do that shit while you're on vacation. And it's a little bit embarrassing, and then you're like, it must have been the scopolamine. Oh, I hear it's called burundanga. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's highly unlikely. Interesting. I feel like it can't be that hard to get some good information on this. But I will finish this off with, if I can find it really quickly. Here, I think this is maybe it. Epstein and the Devil's Breath. Epstein Files and the Zombie Flower. How Toxic Angel's trumpet plant can zombify a person. Okay, this is from First Post. I don't know if this is, maybe this is not right. Read more. Here we go. RT. Reliable. There we go. Jeffrey Epstein asks about zombie drug plants at nursery. Emails show he inquired about Angel's trumpet. Well, that's not... Okay, that's different, right? Is that the same as Devil's Breath? Ask Chris about my trumpet plants at nursery? All right. Okay. Not sure what I'm looking at here. Is this the same as burundanga? Devil's Breath, scientifically known as Brugmansia. Hey, this plant's got a lot of names. Commonly called Angel's Trumpet. Oh, okay. Devil's Breath, Angel's Trumpet. Interesting. You know what we say about trumpets.
Now, for the record, the trumpets of Revelation are very biblical, are very real, and I do believe that they will happen.
There we go. Thank you, Coop. Commonly called Angel's Trumpet due to these large pendulous trumpet-shaped flowers that bloom in shades of white, yellow, pink, and orange, yada, 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 yada. It contains belladonna alcohol. Oh, belladonna, that's the witch stuff, huh? Excuse me. Including scopolamine, atropine, and hyoscyamine. Well, the plant has a long history of spiritual and religious rituals. Oh, and this is like the AI thing, right? I think. Like Google AI. Whatever. Okay. Yeah. Now, is this all we have, though? Trumpet plants. Is that the only type of plant that has trumpets? Surely not. Oh, belladonna. Yeah, no, different belladonna, I think. Yes, the John D. Marks book. Yeah. Was that the search for the Manchurian Candidate you're talking about? Is that what that one is? Might be forgetting a little bit here. Drugs like that are no joke. There are no shortage of medical people who can tell you that. Oh, really? Okay. Because I thought this was real, but now I'm like, wait, is it not real? Brugmansia. It would make sense. Hey, listen, if it's real or not, it would make sense that Epstein would want those drugs, right? Epstein kept plants that produce terrifying, untraceable zombie drug. Sorry, I don't know if I finished the thing I was saying earlier. I think I maybe got distracted, but I meant to say earlier, I think it's possible that like some people were too embarrassed to say like, no, I just got intimidated while I was in Colombia and I got whatever robbed. And they're like, it must have been this crazy drug. Oh yeah, that's it. Burundanga, the zombification drug. It makes you a zombie. You blew it in my face, and the next thing I knew, I was hungry for brains. Anyway, I'm oddly like I guess I'm relieved because this drug is kind of scary, but I'm also a little bit disappointed because I did kind of think it was kind of I guess interesting that this existed. Interesting is not really the right word, but I'm trying not to say cool because it isn't cool. Nothing cool about it. Anyway, okay. So it doesn't really seem that there's even much information about Epstein doing it. Trumpet plant. If the only type of trumpet plant is angel's trumpet, okay. Angel's trumpet, Brugmansia. Okay, so maybe, yeah. It looks like this is the only trumpet plant. Angel trumpet. Okay, so yeah, looks like maybe Epstein did have this shit. I mean, they're pretty, I guess, Yeah, if I saw this, this looks like something, your grandma might have. It's a pretty plant. Maybe Epstein just wanted it for the aesthetics. Oh, there's like different colors. There's white ones too. Looks nice. Looks like a wedding dress. The bride plant, the bride flower, right? Oh, that's a nice color too. Orange thing. It almost look like hanging lanterns or something, or chandelier, right? Little do we know that these pretty flowers hold a sinister secret. Yeah. Now I'm just looking at pictures of plants. You guys want to do this for a while? You guys down for me to just look at this is not angel trumpet. What the heck is this? Trumpet vine leaf. Oh, it's a different trumpet plant. Maybe this is the one Epstein had. What the heck is this? I would call these Trump hand. The Trump hand plant. Trump fingers. The Cheetos. The Cheetos puff plant. Cool. Yep. Plants are nice, eh? You ever stop and sometimes in life you got to stop and scroll through the image search results of the flowers. Stop and scroll through the flowers, man. Every so often. And try not to think about how evil they are. These are the other trumpet plants that they maybe could have been. These ones seem a lot more obscure, though. They're not as cool. And they also don't contain a crazy drug. Didn't they make a Meryl Streep movie about this? Yeah, the adaptation, right? Well, but that was the ghost orchid. Angel trumpet. Although that kind of looks like a ghost orchid right there, doesn't it? Huh. Like, I mean, angel trumpet, like that's like angel's trumpet. That's a cool name, right? That's a cool name you'd give a beautiful flower. So it must have been named before they here's a ghost orchid. Here's the one from Adaptation. Great movie, by the way. Like one of my all-time favorites. I love Charlie Kaufman. Such a good writer. And apparently he pretty much is like that in real life. Very awkward dude. That's a cool flower. That's a cool flower. This looks like it's like fucking, I don't know. This looks like it was designed by like, I don't know, this looks like something from like an anime or something like that. I don't really even know how to describe it, but aren't these cool? They got like legs. Okay. I gotta stop. This is not the flower stream. We do have other interesting shit to look at, but that was a little nice little thing there, though. Scopely mean, yeah. I just read that Poisoner in Chief, and I can say no, not mentioned at all, which is odd, because the CIA was specifically looking for that shit, and if it had been known about in like 1900, if the Nazis had been using it, you would think the CIA would be all over that shit, especially since they tried fucking everything. They tried so many drugs, They were specifically looking for like a drug that did this. Not this, not this, but trumpet. Like they were looking for the drug that does what this plant is supposedly capable of doing. So, I mean, even just that in itself to me makes me even more skeptical. Like, okay. Oh, it is mentioned twice in the search for the Manchurian Candidate. Oh, okay. What does Marx say about that? Marx, right? John D. Marx. Search for the Manchurian Candidate. Am I thinking of the right book? Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, John Marx. Yeah, okay. Yeah, not Karl. This is a different Marx. Different spelling. Get out of here. Stop. Search for the Manchurian Candidate by John Marx. What the hell? Why? What the heck? Let me look at the American site. Come on. Let me in. Whatever. Oh, pretty much in passing? Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, but does it seem like they knew about the drug, the CIA? Like they would. The CIA site has the whole book on their website. There should be a chill body stream. Yeah, could do that. You know what? It's all right. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole anymore. I feel like we've gone down the rabbit hole, and it turned out it was shallower than I was expecting. Turned out I saw a Vice video like fucking 18 years ago, and now it turns out I probably believed in a thing that isn't real for a while. That'll happen. I don't blame myself. 13 years ago. That's when this came out. Wow. 13 years. Time really flies. I think I saw this earlier than that, though. 13 years ago. That would have been 2013. Yeah, no, I think I saw. Maybe. Maybe no. Maybe that is right. Anyway, whatever. All right. Thank you, Mr. Flute Playing Man, for giving me that disinformation. I wonder where the PSYOP is. Sometimes people just lie, and there's no PSYOP to be found. What am I going to do now? I got other stuff to look at, though. Here's something. Yeah, here's something. Boom. We're back on Obsidian. We're doing some Shidian. And I'm going to tell you something. Yeah. Here. All right. I got something here. I don't know. So, Palantir. Palin around with Palantir. We got a lot of Palantir stuff to go over. I feel like, people sort of know about Palantir, right? Like they're a little bit kooky. I'm gonna show you their kooky little thing here. Let's just watch this. This is always good fun. Now I assume that there's no audio here because it's copyrighted music or something. Of course, but don't worry. I got some copyright-free epic battle. Actually, the song is called Dragon Castle, which I feel like I feel like this will match. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's check it out. Whoa. Okay, hang on. I decided I hate this. I gotta turn it down, though. Turn it down and keep it going. Okay, that's good, right? All right, now imagine we're all hanging out at this fucking tech conference, and the Palantir boys take the stage, and you're like, oh, what do they got planned this time? These are the coolest dudes in the whole place. Whoa, and the music starts, and you're like, whoa, cool, And then this. The 8th is the 8th from the 8th. U.S. is the 8th is from U.S. What? The 8th? Huh? What did that mean? And then a pillar, okay. Remember when we were talking about palingenetic ultranationalism? Ancient Rome shit. Great shot of the screen, by the way, over here. Whoa, an orb. What'll happen next? Pyramids. orb. You know what's funny is that, like, you know, when we're talking about the rise of fascism and how the fascists become obsessed with the mythic past. Hang on, I gotta pause this. Fascists become obsessed with the mythic past. That is also sort of what's happening with Peter Thiel's obsession with Lord of the Rings, right? Where he's like, we will return to tradition, but he means like fucking Middle Earth shit. Like that's the mythic past. Like he's like, he's not just whatever Third Reich. We're gonna be the new fucking ancient Rome. He's like, we're gonna be the new fucking Mordor, the new Uruk-hai, eighth wonder of the world. Oh, that's what they meant. The eighth wonder of the world is American, and it's what, a fucking company that analyzes large amounts of data for corporations. Here we go. Finally, change the angle. There we go. Number 1, Colossus of Rhodes. Number 2, Great Pyramid of Giza. Number 3, Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Number 4, Statue of Zeus at Olympia. Again, right? This is palingenetic. Right here. And number 8, the eighth wonder of the world. And that looks like a fucking like iPod app, like widget. Palantir. Oh, and it's 8, so it's VIII, and they tip over like columns. And look at this, like, probably AI-generated column here. Mad. Wait, I missed what it said there. Okay, I'm done with this. Now the fucking sound is back. In the beginning, when I was baiting, sorry I'm late, I was baiting. I was bait-ginning. Bait-gooning.
We were the freak show.
All right, hang on. There's a lot to break down here, so let's make sure we don't miss anything. Mad. Wait, what is this? Did it just say mad? What was that? It said something mad, right? 8 mad. It just says mad. Okay. Wow. In the beginning, a compelling idea. Carp intro. Like over here on the left. They're just running out of words. They're like, I don't know, put intro. Carp intro. That's what it says there.
We were the freak show.
We were the freak show.
All right, and oh fuck. Dang it. I wanted to just I don't want to go back 10 seconds. 29:55. 29:51. There we go.
We were the freak show.
Carp intro, freak show. And then this is Carp intro, ApeCon. What? ApeCaton. What? What does that mean? Oh, it's at ApeCon. It's at ApeCon, AI something convention. Palantir Technologies Inc. USA, established 2003. PhD in fucking again, neoclassical social philosophy. Roger Griffin, more and more vindicated with his theory of fascism. Alexander Karp, we have arrived.
I've been cautioned to be a little
Vime boom sound.
modest about our bombastic numbers.
Bombastic, Mr. Bombastic, bombastic. Without comprising our beliefs.
Extraordinary number.
Oh yeah, without comprising your beliefs. Your beliefs say what? You're the most evil company on earth. We've done this without compromising our beliefs in fucking creating tech to kill families in Gaza. Fuck off.
We still believe America is the leader of the free world, that the West is superior, that we have to fight.
That the West is superior. Like, nah, I don't even need to read below the surface to be like, this is a little bit fascist, guys. It's like, no, they're literally saying shit like that. The West is superior.
For these values, we should give them.
We should give do you want proof that the West's values are not superior? Because I can give you proof just in the existence of a company like Palantir. What the fuck is? That's all. That's my entire argument.
American corporations, and most importantly, our government, an unfair advantage.
We should give our companies and our government an unfair advantage. Like, what do you mean? The world, geopolitics is not a fucking like game of golf. You can give, countries' handicap. This is just the way that like global hegemony works. You are the richest country on earth and you have the most fucking wealth. That means you do have an unfair advantage. We should give us I think we're the best country, so we should have an unfair advantage. Yeah, you do. You already do, man. It came free with your fucking global hegemony.
The single biggest thing that will make this country dominant is to make industry in this country look like venture did and give venture returns to growth.
What? I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm too dumb. What's a venture? Is that like venture capital? Is that what that is? Just like the concept of like investments, since we need to make this look like an investment portfolio or something? I don't know what that means. Anybody know what that means? Is venture like a specific thing, or is it like...
The single biggest thing that will make this country dominant is to make industry in this country look like venture did and give venture returns to growth.
Is that, like, what does he mean by that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, and stolen land. I mean, yeah, of course, yeah. So, yes, the U.S. as the global whatever, like superpower, has been underdeveloping, the third world and over-extracting, purposely extracting the resources from them, making sure that other countries cannot build their own wealth and move towards the developed world through like extortion, basically, and IMF loans and neoliberal policies being imposed on countries with little other choice. And the U.S. is in fact built on stolen land and stolen labor of the enslaved people and the indigenous people of Turtle Island, let's call it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, is the West, is America this great country that we should give an unfair advantage? I would say if life was like a fucking sports game that we could be like, well, let's balance the field here, fellas. I think that the majority vote would be, let's fucking stop the U.S. from doing anything. But let's make sure the U.S. can't do that anymore. And yeah, this would be considered over the top for a dystopian sci-fi movie. Yeah, for sure. Growth, value. Carp, power of creation, intro, big bang for your buck. The most unique thing
The thing that Palantir does is we own value creation.
What the fuck are you talking about? This is so annoying.
We spent 20 years for this moment. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world.
And when it's necessary to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
When it's necessary to scare enemies and what? And kill them? What?
Disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world.
And when it's necessary to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
When it's necessary to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. The thing that Palantir does that is the most unique is that we build profits for our investors. What was it he said? We own our value creation. It's like, huh? That's what you do? That's unique? The fuck? I mean, I run a YouTube channel and I think I kind of own my value creation a little bit. No? Or maybe not. Maybe YouTube gets like the value creation for the most part. We buzz words. Yeah. We take words and we buzz them. Okay, that's their intro.
Please welcome co-founder and chief executive officer at Palantir, Dr. Alex Karp.
Now let's see if he can live up to the vibes of that intro.
Even this working? Is it working? Even I find that mode.
Oh, is it working? Well, is this thing on? Hello?
After this big fucking we are Palantir. We are going to destroy the world. Please welcome our dear leader, Alex Karp, the coolest guy of all time. We are the new wonder of the world. It's like Lord of the Rings, but real.
Hey, guys, hello. Can anybody hear me? What?
Motivational. It's pretty good. I should just sit down. It's like, wow.
He's wearing fucking jeans? Bro, come on. Dude, you're not Steve Jobs right now. You're trying to be the fucking Julius Caesar. Why are you wearing this is his return to tradition, the wearing of fucking jeans like Steve Jobs did at his fucking Tech Talks.
Oh, I don't have anything else to say, but at the risk of regurgitating the one thing here, it's like the Silicon Valley, we've been at odds with Silicon Valley on and off.
All right, I no longer care now that there's not cool music and words randomly scattered around the screen. I don't really want to hear from the guy. But so here's the thing about Palantir, right? Is like I feel like people take it for granted right now because it's, you know, especially in like conspiracy world. You know, you talk to Whitney Webb, her whole thing is like, you know, there's a global like mecha cartel run by a organized crime and whatever, like billionaires, the elites, government people, corporate people, Jeffrey Epstein, Roy Cohn, what was his name? Meyer Lansky, the Jewish mafia, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, like, I think she's probably right about like at least 60% of that stuff. But she's like, and here's the thing, we no longer need people like Jeffrey Epstein to be collecting blackmail material because now we have Palantir, and Palantir is this big evil company that's able to just get all this shit and blah, 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 you know, all this. And so like, and you know, it's not that I disagree with that. I mean, I'm not going to fully endorse it, but I think it's an interesting theory. And I do definitely hate Palantir, but like, I think people like overestimate how planned the Palantir thing was, because Palantir was like a total failure for like most of its life. And it got really, really lucky later on. I got all these. I fucking took a bunch of screenshots from the book The Contrarian, which is like a Peter Thiel book. And why the fuck did I do this? There's no way I'm going to read all of this stuff to you guys, but some of this stuff is quite interesting. So stuff about Alex Karp, the guy that we just saw over here, this dude. So he's been Peter Thiel's buddy since fucking university days, since college. They were roommates. They lost touch after law school. Karp went to Germany to study at the Goethe University in Frankfurt. He'd later tell people he'd studied under the great Frankfurt School philosopher Jürgen Habermas, though he received his PhD from a different part of the university. Hang on, I got to make this bigger. I always got to do that. I wish, see, this is one of my main gripes with Obsidian. If any Obsidian devs are watching, let me zoom in more. Please, let me zoom in so I can get to the little things in life. He's like always like the people around Peter Thiel, who are largely like Nazis and fascists, like not exaggerating here, always consider Karp, he's like the leftist of the bunch. Yes, he's a leftist. He's a radical bohemian leftist because you know, the guy who's like, return to, we will create the new wonder of the world. Oh my God, thank you so much. Hate you 8340 for the money. You're the best. I appreciate that, and I will spend it wisely. And you are my favorite. That's right. Hate you 8340. Big old shout out. If everyone was like you, I would be corrupt. I would go mad with power. Anyway, but I thought that this is interesting here. Eventually the guy, he's bumming around Germany. He's like, you know, living the fucking backpacker lifestyle. And he comes home, he's trying to get a job. And then he gets in touch with Thiel, and Thiel's like, hey, why don't you join fucking Palantir? And Karp, so he's got this like persona, right? He's got this sort of thing that he plays up. The weird genius. Okay. So here's how he sold his like Palantir. He presented Thiel as a fellow traveler, quirky but brilliant, and turning his boss's relative inexperience into a selling point. His pitch was that Thiel was weird but smart. It would serve him well for the rest of his career, but Thiel wanted more than help raising money. He wanted Karp to run the thing, and Karp accepted on the spot. For all of Karp's prowess as a salesman, his early efforts to raise money for Palantir were mostly a failure. He's like, I'm a great salesman guy, blah, 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 blah. And I've talked before about my theory about how like a lot of Silicon Valley guys, like you would never be able to have a guy like Robert Downey Jr. who plays literally like a tech, CEO, like a military tech CEO in the Marvel movies as Tony Stark. That guy could not be successful as the head of a tech company. People don't trust guys like that. That's just pure charisma. somebody with that much riz, that much like traditional riz, who can look you in the eye and speak confidently about stuff, you wouldn't believe that guy could run a tech company. They need to be a little weird. You need to have you need to have some kind of like that Elon Musk itty about it. Muskety? I don't know. You need to sort of come off like a little bit more like Alex Karp in order to be like, yes, I run a fucking business that you have to be a genius for, because that's part of the pitch, is that we are so much of our brain, like you would never be able to run this company because we're so smart. We figured all this stuff out. Like that, like there is a thing where these guys all have to be weirdos, but it was very like, intentional when it came to Palantir. He goes in, yeah, I mean, so like, more stuff about how it really sucked for years. Its intelligence software was effectively useless, more a demo than a real project. Like they had a good like slideshow that they could do, basically something like this, like where they would show investors, and they'd be like, here's what we can do. They're trying to sell shit to the CIA. They're trying to sell shit to corporations. They're having a hard time getting off the ground. CIA is funding them. Began trying out their software in the mid-2000s when much of Silicon Valley was scarred by the dot-com bust, yada, yada, yada. And when they were recruiting, programmers, they'd say, why work on a photo sharing app or a site that helps keep track of your bookmarks when you could work on something that keeps people safe? Not really what Palantir does, but okay. And here is, here's how Palantir became big, because it was nothing. It was just tiny. It was a failure. It was run by a couple of weirdos, Trump gets, this is after Trump won the election. Towards the end of his fucking presidential campaign, Thiel gives him $1 million, like the day the Access Hollywood tape drops, and sort of like, just like Thiel positions himself perfectly for the Trump election win. Trump wins the election, and on December 14th, just a month after Thiel had joined the transition team, so he joins the transition team right after Trump wins the election in November, there's a meeting in Trump Tower, okay? So Trump Tower is a very important piece of like secret history that like people don't know about. So here's who's there, okay? His close advisors: Bannon, Pence, Priebus, Kushner, Stephen Miller, Ivanka Trump, Eric, Don Jr., the whole fucking royal court, right? Then everybody else, tech CEOs. And that included Peter Thiel. But it's weird for Peter Thiel to be there at this time. So we've got Tim Cook. So look at this, get this, okay? So Trump he's like the king of the castle, right? He's sitting on his throne. To his left is Peter Thiel. Pence is on the other side of Thiel, right? Thiel's in between Trump and his vice president. And then next to Pence is the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook. And then around the table, we've got Sheryl Sandberg from Facebook, Jeff Bezos from Amazon, as well as the CEOs of Microsoft, Cisco, Oracle, Intel, and IBM. So this is like a secret. This is a fucking like I'm sorry, like this is like a real fucking. This is the type of fucking Bilderberg, like Bohemian Grove secret meeting of elites where they plan how they're gonna fuck us all over. I get a little bit scared just thinking about this. But Trump's going, these are monster companies. He credited, beaming before lavishing praise on Thiel. He credited the Silicon Valley investor for having seen something very early, maybe even before we saw it. Thiel had tucked his arms under the table to make room for Trump's broad shoulders and seemed to shrink away from the president-elect, who was having none of it. As Trump spoke, he reached below the table, groping for Thiel's hand, found it, and raised it above the table. He's been so terrific, so outstanding, and he got just about the biggest applause at the Republican National Convention, which is one of the main things Trump cares about. Trump said, rubbing Thiel's fist affectionately, "I want to thank you, man. You're a really special guy." Like Trump is not homophobic in his heart. Like that is, he loves gay guys. He has no issue with gay people. But I mean, for political purposes, he'll throw them under the bus, obviously, but he really doesn't care. Though Thiel found this moment of bro tenderness embarrassing, he was thrilled. The meeting at Facebook earlier in the year had been awkward and strained, but now Silicon Valley's best and brightest had come to Trump Tower. Yada, 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 yada. Thiel also had a chance to settle scores. So he sort of, so the meeting included representatives from the biggest American tech companies. Thiel had also invited representatives from smaller companies that he had a financial stake in, including Tesla. So he's invited Elon Musk to this meeting. Okay. So this, at this point, Tesla is tiny. It had a market capitalization that put it at about 1/5 the size of the next biggest invitee, Costco. Like, it's tiny. It's tiny. And on the other side of the table was the CEO of an even smaller firm, Alex Karp. Again, Palantir is like nothing at this point. Palantir, like, no one knows Palantir. No one's afraid of Palantir. Palantir hasn't become the big bad whatever. This is where that starts. Alex Karp, because he was friends with fucking Peter Thiel in law school, and he fucking whatever flunked around Germany for a while and came back and was like, "Can you get me a job?" And he got his fucking role as a CEO of Palantir. And Thiel managed to fucking weasel his way into Trump's good graces during the 2016 election. Here we go. This is how Palantir became this big thing. Yes, one of Thiel's close friends, running a company that Thiel had founded and still effectively controlled. He had a lot to gain from Donald Trump. Just before the election, a federal judge had ruled in Palantir's favor in its lawsuit against the Army. That meant the Army would have to rebid its contract, considering Palantir and other commercial software makers as potential candidates for work that could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not going to read the entire thing. You guys get the idea. I mean, this book is amazing. I highly recommend this if you want to understand who controls the world right now. Peter Thiel. It's called The Contrarian. The president-elect famously despised Amazon and its founder, Jeff Bezos, because of Bezos' ownership of the liberal Washington Post. And Amazon's monopolistic tendencies that have led to the destruction of department stores and the retail industry. Obviously, Trump doesn't really care about that. On the campaign trail, Trump had repeatedly suggested that he would retaliate against Bezos by bringing antitrust action. Oh, that's hilarious. In response to the negative articles in the Post. Anyway, that's not about Palantir, so I don't need to read that. Why did I screenshot the entire page? Why didn't I just find the parts that are relevant and get those? Oh, well, whatever. I was in a hurry. Guys, be nice to me. Stop bullying me. Okay, we don't really need to read all of this. But yeah, let's go down here. This is during COVID. Okay, this is during the pandemic. Amid the uncertainty and rising deaths, Palantir's stock price started to climb thanks to a collection of new COVID-related contracts, including a recently announced one to help the Department of Health and Human Services track vaccines. That's what Palantir's supposed to do. It's supposed to help companies with massive amounts of data organize that data and take the fucking whatever, use their AI software to like find it. And like they were giving it to intelligence and police and whatever, ICE. Like these are people who are, here's a bunch of like human beings and their whatever, all of their fucking like information and like, you know, identification stuff and facial recognition, whatever software and all of this. Help us organize that so we can more effectively control the people. But it can also be used for things like tracking vaccines and, well, which I'm sure that people like Whitney Webb and the anti-vax folk crowd also thinks is very sinister. And perhaps it is. By early January, it was worth more than $40 billion. A headline that Fall had summed it up succinctly. Peter Thiel's Palantir is skyrocketing as Trump's prospects grow dim. Towards the end of Trump's term. For his entire career, Thiel had been backing long shots, profiting from their unlikely success, and then ghosting them just before things went south. Now he'd done it with an American president. Kind of a crazy moment in history. But anyway, so I just want to read that because I feel like people have this idea that like, you know, Alex Karp is some like evil mastermind and Palantir was this inevitable project that was always going to become big. And it's just not the case. Palantir was fucking nothing. Like Alex Karp is an idiot. He lucked his way into this meeting with Trump, like Peter Thiel sitting right next to him in between Trump and Pence. Like he got him and Musk too. Like Elon Musk was not the richest man in the world. back then. He wasn't even close. He was a billionaire, right? But he was not even close. It was this meeting and the connection to Trump and the Trump administration and everything that really made these guys massive gains possible. So I just wanted to go over that a little bit and kind of give you guys some background on this fucking dweeb. This one's just funny. This is a clip from a couple months ago, I think. Hang on now. Dr. Alex Karp live on TBPN. No idea what TBPN is, but 5824. So the thing is called Dr. Alex Karp live. He doesn't show up until about an hour into the show.
Most robotic personality. That's still a personality. Well, we are joined by Alex Karp.
Oh, I like how they're like, right before they introduce Alex Karp, they're like, even somebody with the most robotic personality, that's still a personality. It's like, yeah, are you? That's your intro. Okay, that kind of works.
Dean Ball's point is that there is no way to train an LLM that doesn't have a personality. Even if it's the most robotic personality, that's still a personality. Well, we are joined by Alex Karp. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time.
The red-tailed hawk screech as he comes on. I'm guessing that was a sound drop and not a satanic omen.
You guys want with or without hat?
Whatever's comfortable for you. You can do hat.
It's cold out here.
Keep your hat on. I feel like this is an average day for you. You're always out skiing. You're
we
cold.
should have done it. Yeah, we need to get. We're close to getting skis. Look.
Oh, he's so awkward, eh? Is he interrupting them? Not talking into the mic.
We were supposed to do something physical.
It's starting to stick.
It's starting to stick.
Oh,
I like this. But now I feel like a newscaster. I feel important.
Yeah.
This is good. You're like 8 feet tall. People don't realize that. That's why he's not standing up because it would be like he's like Count Dracula
for all of us.
It's like 8 foot.
It's like anyway. Okay. He shows up. He's a little bit weird for a while, and but I wanted to play a couple parts that I thought were kind of insane. Here's one. 11:41. Hang on, guys. Wait.
Because I think the last time we talked, your general mindset was like high agency, highly productive people will be able to continue to leverage the tools to deliver value within organizations.
I think if you're neurodivergent and high agency and you're highly educated, that's great. But if you're not neurodivergent and you're like lawyer 14506, that's a problem. Mm-hmm. Okay, but let me get to this. And
it's funny how, like, I think that there is like sort of a Silicon Valley style, like, what's the word for it? Like, I can't keep just saying things are Nazi, whatever, but it's like almost like a eugenics thing or something like that, where they're like, this group of people are superior. This group of people are the Ubermensch, you know? And in Silicon Valley, like, it's a lot of guys who are, autistic, who code, who have been coding probably since they were children, who have been told their entire life that they are geniuses and what they're able to do with coding is something that almost no one can do, and they are special and they are whatever, and that kind of goes into their brains a little bit, you know. And I I'm not particularly smart. I don't know how to code or anything. I was in the gifted program as a child, and I did get told that quite often, so I can relate to this. I'm not saying like if this is something you experience that you're a bad person, but I think that I see a lot of people who are in Silicon Valley, and I recognize this because there's a part of me that is like this as well, that is still struggling to like break free of this kind of like mindset I had as a child, that like, oh, I am special, I am superior, I am better than others, and this guy, like, everything he says makes me think about it. Of course, yeah, autism doesn't make you an asshole. I don't mean to imply that at all. So yes, thank you for pointing that out. I certainly don't mean to say that. And you don't need autism to be a programmer either. Like, that isn't a necessary thing. I think that there's a little bit of an overlap. I don't mean to say like autism is necessary, but just because of what he says here, he's like, I think it's good to be neurodivergent, but if you're not neurodivergent, it's weird. And what I'm getting at is it's a little bit of a different type of eugenics. We got a new type of eugenics where now the neurotypicals they might be on the chopping block. They may be on the chopping block here.
They're linked, and you're highly educated.
So let's go back.
highly productive people will
Like, so you're saying you love highly productive people?
be able to continue to leverage the tools to deliver value within organizations.
I think if you're neurodivergent and high agency
Mm-hmm.
and you're highly educated, that's great. But if you're not neurodivergent and you're like lawyer 14506, that's a problem.
Mhm.
Okay, but let me get to this.
I don't really know what he means by that, but I just thought that was noteworthy. But if you're not neurodivergent and you're a lawyer 14506, that's a problem. What does he mean by that? I don't know.
They're linked, but it's okay. On domestic stuff, we have rights that are not subject to majority rule. Like the majority can vote against us having Fourth Amendment rights. I want that litigated at the Supreme Court because we are not. Our Constitution is not about majority. It's actually about the rights of the minority, and it's
Fucking such Peter Thiel shit. Dark Enlightenment, Mencius Moldbug, Curtis Yarvin, like democracy is actually bad. And when people need to know that democracy is bad for them and we need a technocracy where we need to be ruled. Oh, he's saying lawyer number 14506, like a random lawyer out of all lawyers. So he's like, if you're neurotypical and you're like one of thousands of different lawyers, that's a problem. I still don't quite know what he means by that, but I guess it seems to me like he's saying if you're not neurodivergent, there's no way you can be productive enough to be part of the new the new world order, basically. The technocracy. The technotronic technocracy. This is where a government will be ruled by engineers, computer programmers, guys with anime pillows. This is going to be our new ruling class, folks. Get used to it. Get used to it. All right. And one more clip I wanted to play from this. Oh, it's actually coming up in 5 seconds. I'll just let it roll.
our right. I bet you the three of us have opinions that are very much in the minority. Sure. That we want to be able to say, at least in the privacy of our own home, right? And so that there are real issues. I'm super sympathetic with restrictions around the use of these products in a domestic context, even though it's funny. People out there, every conspiracy theorist thinks, it's insane. I'm the only one. Conspiracy theorists, you may hate this, but there's one person protecting your right to be a conspiracy theorist that actually has a seat at the table, and that person is me. You may not want to hear that truth, but it is fucking true. And maybe do a little more reading before you pontificate on your absurd and obviously ill-informed and many times stupid opinions.
This pissed me off so much that he would say this. He's like, God. Okay. So he is frustrated because as he tells these guys, he's like, I'm sure we all have opinions that are definitely not, people would not like them. And we got to be careful. We can't say them on the air, but we all know what I'm talking about. And it's like, I think I know what he's saying here is, I'm assuming really deep, dark enlightenment, Curtis Yarvin, Cthulhu always swims left. This kind of like, I'm sorry. It probably, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it probably seems like I'm exaggerating here, but like, this is fascism. This is like, retire all government employees, eugenics, people who are, like autistic programmers should become the master race, or at least they should be the only people allowed to make decisions on behalf of a country. That's I think what he's leaving unsaid in that moment, even though he pretty much spells it out in everything else he does. But the guy is then going into this thing about conspiracy theories. Yeah, what conspiracy theorists do you think he has listens to? Well, here's the thing. Conspiracy theorists hate Palantir. And it is funny because a lot of conspiracy theorists are right-wing libertarian guys that Alex Karp is frustrated that he hasn't been able to capture, because libertarians have always been like the best useful idiots for billionaires, because they'll be like a lot of libertarians who are right about many things. I'm a libertarian. I'm like a left-wing libertarian. But like a lot of right-wing libertarians will be like, I don't like the state. I don't want the state to have power, but I do want corporations to be able to do whatever they want. And I think that they should be unregulated. And I think they should blah, 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 blah. And they will kind of like vote in that direction. The small government types, right? Like that group has always been very helpful to guys like Alex Karp and Peter Thiel, who also calls himself a libertarian and yet is like incredibly in favor of monopolies and is very happy to work with the state whenever it benefits him. Anyway, so this guy is, I think, frustrated that because he runs the world's most obviously outwardly evil company, a lot of conspiracy theorists, including people who I really respect, like Whitney Webb, but also people like Alex Jones and like, you know, other people in this world are like, oh, this guy's evil. Palantir, it's called Palantir. It's named after the fucking magic ball that the wizard Saruman used to spy on people in Lord of the Rings. The evil wizard. This is you did that to yourself, man. You didn't have to call it Palantir, dude. You didn't have to call it. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. If it was Elon Musk's company, it would be called fucking X Ball or something. I don't know. It'd be like X Lens. And that's the thing. This is where what he said here is just straight up a lie. Okay?
That was a ball-faced lie.
Right? He goes, conspiracy theorists, I'm on your team. You should like me. I'm the only one standing up for your rights to be a conspiracy theorist. No, you're not. Because as Mr. E8561 points out, there's one thing conspiracy theorists, libertarians of any kind of political persuasion are into. It's online privacy, security, you know, what's the other one? Privacy, security, and anonymity. You don't want surveillance, against surveillance. And this is a company that focuses on surveilling people. So for him to be like, you guys should like me. It's like, fuck you, dude. You aren't. Like, do you not understand that the world is about like the decisions you make and the things that you do and the things that you put into the world and the companies that you work with? Like, these things compromise you, and you can't just be like, I'm also fucked in the head and I believe these crazy things, so I don't know why you guys don't like me. It's like, no, you are directly doing the things that people like this don't like, including myself. I'm also like a paranoid, guy. I fucking hate, I hate Silicon Valley. I hate big tech. I read that book by Yasha Levine, Surveillance Valley, and I'm like, fuck. I gotta install graphene on my phone, and I fucking, guys, everybody right now, you can do this today. Turn off thumbprint ID to open your phone. Don't have that. Nobody should have that shit. Because cops, if you get arrested, they can force you to unlock your phone. Don't get that shit. You can get a thing where you type in if you have a password, 6 digits or more on your phone to unlock it. But you can also do a thing where, if you type a certain password in, you get yourself a special password. You type a certain password in, it'll just delete everything on your phone. Get yourself a Faraday bag. Get yourself a little Faraday bag you can put your phone into, zip it up, put it in your backpack, run around your day. Don't let Google know where you're going. Don't let fucking surveillance companies figure out what you're doing with your day. Don't let Palantir in on, you had a one-night stand with somebody. Don't let them know that shit. They can tell. They know when you have a one-night stand, by the way. They can tell, okay, these two phones that have never been together before were at a bar, and then at 3 a.m., both these phones went back to one of the phone's apartments, stayed over that night, came back the next day. Like, the Google knows that stuff. Google has that stuff. And Google's tech is used by not just Google, but all these other apps, Uber Eats, whatever, all these things. Like, these corporations, which work hand in hand with the government and Palantir and CIA and are openly giving up their information to people, they have so much of your shit. And here's this motherfucker being like, guys, I also think the deep state made Hillary Clinton eat a baby. So why don't you just let me have all your fucking data? Yo, fuck you, dude. Like, fuck you, man. I don't trust you. Anyway, so that's all the lead up to this. Because I felt like, I was going to just go over this. And that would have probably been a quicker way to do all this. But, like, I feel like I wanted to give people a little bit of backstory about, like, what actually is Palantir? What do they do? Who is Alex Karp? What's he like? What's his vibe? And, hopefully that cleared things up for you a little bit. Here is a recent post. I've been meaning to go over this for a while actually, but I keep, whatever. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess you could make your own Faraday bag. I don't really want to recommend one because the only ones I know of are like from like right-wing companies. But just order one off of Temu or something. They're not expensive. Try them out. Read the reviews. Making your own, I feel like you could do it, but the thing is, like, I wouldn't get like a Faraday backpack. I almost did get one. I looked into it a little bit, and it seems like Faraday bags, if they wear out, if you wear them out, they just stop working. Like if you have like a full backpack that's supposed to be a Faraday bag, it'll eventually like get a tiny little rip and it'll no longer work. Signal will be able to go out. But if you get like a little pouch that you can put in your backpack or something like that, I think it'll last a lot longer. Anyway, I don't know. You don't have to do any of that stuff, but I think we should all think about doing some of that stuff. All right. We should all think about being a little bit less trackable by these fascist fucking fuckheads. I'm sorry. I shouldn't use such language. These godless fucking Baphomet worshiping guys. I go a little bit Alex Jones on this. Anyway, okay. Because we get asked a lot. Okay, so this is a tweet. This is a tweet from Palantir. I want you guys to picture Alex Karp in a fucking robe standing on top of a mountain with these big slabs of rock, these big stone tablets with these things carved into them, okay? And it's bigger than the Ten Commandments because he's quite wordy. All right, there's a lot of commandments. This is 22 commandments, so maybe he's got like 4 rocks, and the print is pretty small. And he's standing up there and he's doing his cool like, hey, come on, all right, I got the thing, and he's kind of struggling to reach him with like skinny arms. Nothing wrong with that in skinny arms, by the way. Hey, listen, I'm the last person to make fun of skinny arms, but I do think. Whatever. I'll throw myself under the bus to make fun of Alex Karp. Whatever. Okay. And the Technological Republic, this is a book that is by Alex Karp, right? I believe. The Technological Republic. Hard power. Oh my God. Sorry. I was not expecting the cover to look like this. Why does this look like a book that's going to teach you how to fucking raise 2 kids and also meditate 30 minutes a day? What is this? Why does this look like a book for spiritual housewives? It's like the blue, I think. The color blue, but this is not, this is Alex Karp's like Mein Kampf, the Technological Republic, hard power, soft belief, and the future of the West. Oh my God. I love whoever designed the cover for this. You're my hero. Oh my God, this fucking thing. The Philosopher in the Valley. Alex Karp, Palantir, and the Rise of the Surveillance State. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it's pro Michael Karp, but The Philosopher in the Valley, okay. Whatever. Does he have a philosophy degree? Is that what he has? It's like neoclassical something, right? Oh yeah, he did. He did say he studied he claimed he'd studied from a Frankfurt School philosopher, but that turned out to be a lie. Whatever. He studied at the Goethe University in Frankfurt. Anyway, whatever. Where were we? Oh yes, on the page that you guys have still been looking at. Oh really? Hell yeah! New York Times article about the temple on Epstein's Island. Hell yeah! Let's do that shit. I'm into it. But first I want to read this. The Technological Republic in brief. Pretty soon this will be what this is going to be carved into whatever the wall in every like public school in America. Number 1, Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. The engineering elite of Silicon Valley has an affirmative obligation to participate in the defense of the nation. Okay, so what does that mean? It means that Silicon Valley is basically like the fucking, Garden of Eden and because it's populated by all these like really intelligent people who deserve a lot in life, but they were only able to get there because the United States is such a wonderful country that sort of lets capitalism run wild. And so because of that, Silicon Valley owes a moral debt, as in they must protect the U.S. at all costs in order to continue to allow guys who know how to program for many hours in a row to continue to move there and whatever, make a lot of money. I guess. I'm guessing that's what that means. Number 2, we must rebel against the tyranny of the apps. Is the iPhone our greatest creative, if not crowning achievement as a civilization? Are you seriously saying that? Is that sarcastic? Is that sarcasm? I honestly can't tell. The object has changed our lives, but it may also now be limiting and constraining our sense of the possible. Wow, that's nuts. Is the iPhone our greatest creative, if not crowning achievement as a civilization? These guys are so up their own ass. It's ridiculous. The object has changed our lives, but it may now be limiting. Okay, rebelling against the tyranny of the apps. I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. Yeah, no, yeah, let's stop being dependent on a monopolistic, we got 2 types of phones you can get. Or if you really want to avoid surveillance and, law enforcement looking at your shit, get yourself a Google Pixel and install Graphene OS. That's another thing you can do to avoid surveillance. That one's a pretty intense one, though. You got to get a Pixel for it, but whatever. Free email is not enough. Okay. I mean, email is free, right? I have never paid for an email. The decadence of a culture or civilization, and indeed its ruling class, will be forgiven only if that culture is capable of delivering economic growth and security for the public. Wow, this guy is so fucking... Yeah, this is really... I mean, I would describe this as just neoliberal kind of view of the world, that the most important thing is economic growth and GDP, and the way that guys like Milton Friedman, the sort of godfather of modern neoliberalism, can look at a country like Chile that he helped to destabilize and install a fascist ruler of, Pinochet, murdered thousands of his people, disappeared thousands of his people, blah, blah, blah. Horrible, horrible time for Chile. And yet, during that period, the GDP of Chile grew. And that it was referred to by neoliberal types like Friedman as an economic miracle. Like, oh my God, what a miracle if you only look at this one chart. Don't look at anything else about the country, but it's a miracle what we've done. Oh my God, let's try this on every country on earth now. Sorry, I'm a little bit off topic here, but what I'm saying is the decadence of a culture or civilization, whatever that means, like I guess how many trans people they allow to exist, will be forgiven only if that culture is capable of delivering economic growth and security for the public. Cool. Awesome. And security, this is like another thing, right? This is what people talk about when they're looking for your fucking privacy. They want your private info. They want your data. That's when they start talking about security, right? Yeah. Oh, law and order. We're going to make you safe. We're going to keep you safe. In reality, they're like, how do we get these people to give up their freedoms? Oh, it's for security. The limits of soft power, of soaring rhetoric alone, have been exposed, okay? The ability of free and democratic societies to prevail requires something more than moral appeal, which the U.S. doesn't have at all, and it has no right to posture that it ever did. It requires hard power, and hard power in this century will be built on software. Oh my God, that's so lame. Hard power will be built on software. So hard power, software power. This goes. This is like national greatness, conservatism, not neoliberalism. I suppose. I just mean more the economic aspect of it, where he's like, we need to deliver economic growth over everything else. This part here, yeah, this part is we should conquer other countries. We should use our military strength. We should go to war. We should, be bombing people. We should be no more Mr. Nice Guy. Daddy's home and he's taking his belt off, as Tucker Carlson likes to say. The question is not whether AI weapons will be built. It is who will build them and for what purpose. Our adversaries will not pause to indulge in theatrical debates about the merits of developing technologies with critical military and national security applications. They will proceed. Cool, man. Yep. All right. In that case, let's just make the evil robots and, yeah. Cool. No, you're right. You're right. We should do that. We should make everything suck. Skynet. Let's do it. Let's make Terminators. National service should be a universal duty. We should, as a society, seriously consider moving away from an all-volunteer force and only fight the next war if everyone shares in the risk and the cost. I'm assuming that doesn't include people like Alex Karp. I don't think he's going to be on the front lines. But of course, he's more valuable because of his incredible mind, his incredible brain. This is so funny because, you know, I recently reread, what's it called? None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen, which is this fucking one of the dumbest books ever. But the end of it, he's like, here are the 14, I forget what it's called, the 14 steps on the road to communism. Because communism is like the big bad, you know, boogeyman in that book. And he's like, a lot of this stuff sounds like it's on that list. The royal road to communism, I think is how he puts it. But yeah, there is one part about like the draft and drafting people to non-military service. But luckily this one sounds like it's drafting people to work in the army, so I don't think Gary Allen would have a problem with it. Anyway, moving on. If a U.S. Marine asks for a better rifle, we should build it. What, if just one of them does? One guy, any U.S. Marine can, they've got Alex Karp's number and they're like, I want a better rifle. And he's like, okay, well, normally I do other stuff. Normally I swing around a samurai sword and, watch videos of myself on a big screen of being cool. But yeah, okay, I'll start watching YouTube tutorials about how to make rifles and maybe I'll make something good. And the same goes for software. Okay, if a U.S. Marine wants better software, we should as a country be capable of continuing a debate about the appropriateness of military action abroad while remaining unflinching in our commitment to those we have asked to step into harm's way. I love how this guy loves to act like he's like a product of meritocracy. We are the good. We're the best of the best. We're the smartest people in the room. We're the ones who worked our way up here through the sweat and blood and tears and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, in reality, you look into his backstory and it's like, no, it's because he was friends with Peter Thiel and right place, right time, you know, guy, like, absolutely nothing in his backstory suggests that this couldn't have been literally anyone else. Peter Thiel trusts him, I guess, because he's like, oh, you're just as crazy as me. You know, you're just as, you believe all the insane fascist things I do. Anyway, all right, whatever. Where were we? Public servants need not be our priests. Any business that compensated its employees in the way that the federal government compensates public servants would struggle to survive. Oh my God. Okay, that's annoying. So he thinks that public servants are paid too much. You know, your local garbage collector, that guy's bourgeois. And he's monopolizing the, private companies that could be collecting garbage for a much higher fee. But what does that mean? Any business that compensated its employees in the way that the federal government compensates public servants would struggle to survive. Because public servants, they're not paid that much. But I'm sure that there are probably a lot of people who work for Palantir who are paid far less than that. Far less than that. So yeah, these guys are like, listen, I'm worried that you guys are going to make me pay my employees more. And that would make it hard for me to exist. And to which I would say, well, then maybe you shouldn't exist. Okay? You can't pay your people a living wage, which, I feel like that should be bare minimum. You shouldn't exist as a company. We should show far more grace towards those who have subjected themselves to a public life. Yeah. Heavy hangs the crown, eh? The eradication of any space for forgiveness, a jettisoning of any tolerance for the complexities and contradictions of the human psyche may leave us with a cast of characters at the helm we will grow to regret. The sad thing is I kind of agree with this. I do think that people are, I think that forgiveness is wonderful and beautiful and that we should be capable of doing so. Everybody messes up, blah, blah, blah. But I would also say, I think what he's saying is we can't be too woke. Okay, just because Donald Trump raped a few people and is found liable in a civil court for rape and is obviously a pedophile and blah, blah, blah. Just because that doesn't mean that we shouldn't elect him as our leader. Yeah, he's a human guy. He's made a few mistakes. But if we did jettison any tolerance for the complexities and contradictions of the human psyche, we'd end up with somebody like fucking Kamala Harris. Which I also don't want. I don't want Kamala Harris to be president, but I mean, I would prefer that to this. Yeah. May leave us with a cast of characters at the helm. Like it's anti-wokeness. We can't just be like, okay, we got to hire more black people, because then we might have black people at our job. The psychological, what is this word? The psychologization of modern politics is leading us astray. Don't think about your feelings. Those who look to the political arena to nourish their soul and sense of self, who rely too heavily on their internal life finding expression in people they may never meet, will be left disappointed. I don't even know what that means. People who look to the political arena to nourish their soul. Do I do that? I don't really think so. I don't think the political arena also, like, I'm not really sure what he means by that, because in some ways, like, everything is political, and many things that do nourish the soul are political. And yeah, like being a human being, we need it somewhat to stay human. The soul got to be nourished. Okay. The soul's not going to nourish itself. And we sort of have to, like for me, I'm like, okay, something that maybe nourishes my soul is like helping people in my community, joining causes for my neighbors, like joining forces with people, helping people, protests, actions, doing direct action, things that have material outcomes. That's a very rewarding thing, and it helps you make friends and form connections and build community in your immediate area. I don't know if it nourishes my soul so much to like, read a book about political theory. I think it's interesting in a different way. I mean, whatever. Souls are also like an abstract concept, but like, I don't think that I like it. Like, does he mean you shouldn't run for office to nourish your soul? I'm not totally sure what he means here. Those who look to the political arena, like I'm thinking that's like electoral politics. Yeah. Who rely to like, yes, I don't think that like going all in on a presidential candidate and becoming like a religious devotee of anyone, including people like Bernie Sanders or whatever, like your current favorite social democrat, I think that will always lead to disappointment, and you should always expect your political heroes to disappoint you, and you should never go all in on like a human being like that. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that, you got to find love and a partner and stuff, but like when it comes to politics, I think that people do like to kind of exalt politicians in a way that's dangerous, but who rely too heavily on their internal life and finding expression in people they will never meet. Yeah, like I suppose this is sort of what that is, right? Finding expression in people they may never meet, but who rely too heavily on their internal life. I'm trying to parse this. I guess there is a sense that I can read it where I agree, and I'm assuming that he doesn't mean it that way. But yeah, okay. Yeah, like maybe I can, this is the point where I can find common ground here. Finding your whatever, your soul, your internal life, however you want to define that. You shouldn't look for meaning for that in people you may never meet, maybe. You shouldn't form parasocial relationships with people, except for obviously the Extra Chill Goblin streaming channel. Make sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell, and make sure to leave a comment, and also send me money in the mail. I will eat it. I eat money. That's my food. Yeah, okay, whatever. That one's maybe not so bad. Next one. Our society has grown too eager to hasten and is often gleeful at the demise of its enemies. Okay. The vanquishing of an opponent is a moment to pause, not rejoice. Okay, all right, Sun Tzu. Sure. Yeah, all right. Let's not get too bloodlusty. But I feel like that's yeah, I don't know. Okay. Next. The atomic age is ending. One age of deterrence, the atomic age, is ending. Oh, okay. You just said that, but all right, say it again. Why not? And a new era of deterrence built on AI is set to begin. I'm not convinced about that. I think AI is going to be big. I don't think it's going to be a bubble that bursts and then it never comes back. I think it'll be big. I think AI is always going to be with us now. I think the cat's out of the bag. Toothpaste is out of the tube. Genie's out of the bottle, and other expressions about things getting out of things. But I'm very skeptical about the fucking, doomsday cults around AGI and whatever, all this shit. I don't think that, I mean, it's possible. Maybe we'll get to the point where I think OpenAI defines it as like every economically productive task that a human being can do, like any task that could make you money, will be able to be done by one, whatever, AI. It'll be an AI that can make, music, songs. It can write poetry. It can do all these artistic things or whatever. And it can also like program apps, and it can think of ideas for apps, and it can whatever, I don't know, like it can mop the floor, because mopping the floor, it's not just a mindless job. You got to be like, oh, there's a piece of dirt there. Okay. I've gone over that part of the floor, but there's still a little bit there, and I know that I can scrub a little harder. Like AI got to be able to do that. It's got to be able to do everything, and like the idea is once these fucking AI guys can figure out how to do that, that's the moment where whatever, as he's saying here, the atomic age ends. But yeah, I mean, Finland, I think nukes are still a deterrence. I mean, just recently, the war in Iran, they were bombing Iran. Iran was like, all right, we're going to start bombing your data centers, bruh. How you like that? That was like one of the first things they threatened. We're going to start bombing all these like Stargate data centers in like Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, AI is going to be big. If we can get AGI, which not 100% convinced that's possible, but if we do, okay, yeah, that'll be big too. But I mean, a nuke is still a nuke, and if you nuke, like, even if you don't, if you just blow up a bunch of data centers, that is going to be an effective, way to pause the power of AGI if we do eventually get it. Next, no other country in the history of the world has advanced progressive values more than this one. No, that's not right. The United States is far from perfect, but it's easy to forget how much more opportunity exists in this country for those who are Peter Thiel's personal friends, I guess, is the truth here. But for those who are not hereditary elites than in any other nation on the planet, oh my God, fuck, that is just wrong. That's completely wrong. What are the countries that have the highest economic mobility? Highest economic mobility. Is that how you socioeconomic mobility, maybe? Whatever. Highest economic mobility. All right, here we go. Highest economic mobility. Like as it says here, how much opportunity exists in a country for those who are not hereditary elites. Okay, and the answer is Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. The fucking Scandinavian countries. The types of countries that have policies about workers' rights and fucking social services and universal health care. Things that people like Alex Karp would fucking shit their pants if they were even suggested here. Like, what are you doing? We have a moral obligation not to have those things. Like, here we go. Okay. Global Social Mobility Index. Number 1, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Iceland, Netherlands, Switzerland. Wow. Fucking the American dream is alive and well in Scandinavia, huh? Belgium, Austria, Luxembourg, Germany, France, Slovenia, Canada. We're sliding in there, number 14. Not bad. Japan, Australia, Malta, Ireland, Czech Republic, Singapore. Oof, Singapore's above the U.S. Singapore is like, you got to be rich as hell to live there, damn. UK, New Zealand, Estonia, Portugal, South Korea, Lithuania. Number 27, United States. 27. Number 27 after Lithuania, Estonia, all of these like former like Soviet bloc countries, Czech Republic, like all of these guys are ahead of the US on this list. And here's Alex Karp citing no evidence. It's easy to forget how much more opportunity exists in this country for those of us who are not hereditary elites than in any other nation on the planet. That is simply not true. That's simply not true. And you are not an example of that because you just fucking know a guy that happened to fucking bribe the president into letting your little fucking tech project become successful. So I say to you respectfully, go fuck yourself. Okay?
You were fucked forever.
Nice. And I'm finally getting some sound drops that I can actually use. It's nice. All right, number 14. American power has made possible an extraordinarily long peace. Ugh. That's incorrect in a million ways, but I'll just move on. Too many have forgotten or perhaps take for granted that nearly a century of some version of peace has prevailed in the world without a great power military conflict. At least 3 generations, billions of people and their children and now grandchildren have never known a world war. Okay, people in the U.S. might think that that's the case. The Cold War was not cold, but it was cold if you lived in America. But there were proxy wars all over the world. You know, I mean, Vietnam, that was part of the Cold War too. And right now, you know, like, yeah, oh, the U.S. is a peaceful country. The U.S. is like at war, like in fucking like funding like a genocide in Gaza, funding a war in Ukraine. It's really nuts to say these things. But yeah, that's because of nukes. Yeah, I mean you think that there hasn't been a direct conflict? Yeah, I guess, yeah. It's interesting. I guess there is like, it's surprising because you would think that human nature wouldn't allow for nukes to not be used for so long. It's like, it seems like so many people want to use nukes, but it's wild how long we've gone without ever using those guys, right? It's interesting. I guess that is a little bit good, but you know, we're, like right now, like we're like, there is a war between Russia and Ukraine. That is a proxy war. That is a world war. There's a war between America and Russia, 2 nuclear powers. Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, all right, moving on. The post-war neutering. Oh, okay, here we go. The post-war neutering of Germany and Japan must be undone. The defanging of Germany was an overcorrection for which Europe is now paying a heavy price. Bruh, the fucking alternative for Deutschland is fucking, like, they're Nazis. The current German fascists are doing pretty well, man. Your buddy Elon Musk has been going over there to help him out. The defanging of Germany was an overcorrection for the Holocaust? So you got to remember, too, that Alex Karp is Jewish, but he's just also a Nazi. You know? It's a really, really intense form of fucking, you know, brain damage that you get from reading too much Mencius Moldbug. Also a Jewish guy who's also a Nazi. A similar and highly the defanging of Germany was an overcorrection for which Europe is now paying a heavy price. How am I supposed to take that other than that you think that there's too many Jews in Europe? Is that what he means by that? What an insane thing to say. A similar and highly theatrical commitment to Japanese pacifism will, if maintained, also threaten to shift the balance of power in Asia. What? So you think that Japan should start conquering places again? You want Japan to go back to Nanking? Like, this is just nuts, man. This is like, what? Like I know he's being vague, and I feel like a lot of times I can sort of read between the lines and be like, oh, he means this, he means that. This one, I'm like, you can't mean what I think you mean here, right? You can't mean what it really seems like you mean. I think it's just because he thinks Germany's woke. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Afghanistan. Yeah, okay, sure. But like the Germany thing, maybe, yeah, he's just the woke mind virus is out of control. But what's this? A commitment to Japanese pacifism will, if maintained, threaten to shift the balance of power in Asia. So he's saying, I believe he's worried about China, which makes sense as an AI company. He's worried about China. And he wants Japan to stop being pussies and invade China. And the last time Japan invaded China, they like invented new war crimes. Like, you ever want to read about like the worst things that human beings have ever been capable of doing? Like acts of fucking cruelty that you would not be able to think of. You would not be able to conceptualize. You can read about the rape of Nanking. It is the most horrible thing I can think of that humans have done to one another. Holocaust is up there, but look into Japanese imperialism during World War II. It's fucked. Anyway, okay, I'm just going to move on. I don't even know what to do with that. We should applaud those who attempt to build where the market has failed to act. The culture almost snickers at Musk's interests in the... Stop making fun of my friend! Stop making fun of my neurodivergent friend's special interests in the grand narrative. The culture almost... No, we do snicker at it. No, we do. It is objectively, like, fun to make fun of him. Yeah. As if billionaires ought to simply stay in their lane of enriching themselves. No, I also want them to stop doing that. I would like billionaires to stop enriching themselves. I guess I would just want them to, like, get off the road entirely. Stop being in a lane. Or go to a lane where you're doing something useful to society. Get a real job. Any curiosity or genuine interest in the value of what he has created is essentially dismissed, or perhaps lurks from a thinly veiled scorn. You know what? I will say there has been some value in what Elon Musk has created. Like, is there a community note on this one? Oh, there isn't. There's no community note on this. Wow, that's bad. Okay, well, when there are community notes, I do think that's good. That happened while Elon Musk was in control, and they are good on Twitter. Moving on. Okay, here we go. All right, let's hear some of these dog whistles. Silicon Valley must play a role in addressing violent crime. This is another tactic, by the way, to surveil you more. Law and order. Many politicians across the United States have essentially shrugged when it comes to violent crime. Fucking not true at all. Abandoning any serious efforts to address the problem or take on any risk with their constituencies or donors in coming up with solutions and experiments in what would be a desperate bid to save lives. Is he saying that he's constructing a narrative that the rich donors paying politicians to do what they want, they are the ones who are like, we need to, like, hey, how about we abolish the police? Here, let me give you fucking $1 billion, Chuck Schumer, and what you're gonna do is defund the cops. All right, we're gonna have lawless land. Okay, that's what that isn't the case. That is not the case. I mean, hey, I'm an abolitionist. I'm down to do that shit. I'm down to, like, make the transformations to society that would be necessary in order to abolish the police. I'm certainly down to defund the police, but that hasn't really been done, though. Everything, every politician, not every politician. There are exceptions. There are some, like, defund the police politicians. There's Cori Bush, but she's not currently in office, but, like, there's some people who I think are whatever, more radical on this. But for the most part, it's like running on, like, addressing violent crime. It's like always it's a win-win scenario. It's a win-win scenario. It's like, we got to, the cops, there was, I don't know, let's say that, like, crime is out of hand. Okay. The crime is out of control. There's too much crime right now. We need to give the police more money. Let's give the police more money. There hasn't been a lot of crime. The crime is down. The numbers are down. Great. That means the cops are doing a good job. So let's give them more money so they can do an even better job. Obviously, the money's going to good use. This is always, it's a cycle. It's a very dangerous cycle. And it's led to police forces in just, like, cities in the U.S. having, like, the military budget of a small country or a large country. Like, so much money goes there. And not even in the U.S., just in the U.S. I mean, Canada, it's like that here too. The police budgets are, if you look at them compared to the other budgets in whatever city you're in, you will be astounded. You know what? I don't think I've looked up, say, I live in Montreal police budget compared to other municipal services. Let's find this out. Oh, look at this. Montreal police spending keeps surging over budget. This just happens everywhere. Whoa. Montreal police budget 2025 was $824 million. Did you guys expect that? we're almost going to beat $1 billion. And this is in Canada, the communist regime over here. And look at this. Another year, another hike in Montreal police spending. This is how it is everywhere, by the way. This is how it is everywhere. Like I'm saying, there is a fucking, I don't know what to call it, like a police industrial complex. And this is from when? Oh, 2024. So in 2024, it was 821 million. And the year before that, 787 million, which they overexceeded by 42 million. This is just what they do. Look at this, Montreal police spending. Like, whatever. I'm looking up Canada right now, but I usually is going to be worse in the U.S. for things like these. Salaries as a percentage of SPVM spending. So most of the money gets spent on police salaries. 43 of the top 100 municipal earners and 6 of the top 10 were police officers. Wow. Look at this. This is the name of the Montreal Police Union, by the way. The Montreal Police Brotherhood. Like they're like a, Bohemian Grove. Here's Toronto. Over $1 billion. Almost 1.2 billion. Cool. What I really wanted to know was like what other money is being spent, by the city, because that's also a depressing chart. You look at like, okay, what other services are being paid for by our city? It'll be like cops 90%, and then like social services, whatever, like welfare, this, like all these other things. It all goes to the cops. It's like here, like the Toronto budget. I remember they'd be like, oh yeah, we gave them $20 million on bullets, and like Toronto police fired 10 shots that year. Fraternal Order of Police. Yeah, they got like a secret handshake or some shit. Yeah, school district funding. Yeah, like these are good questions. Like what? Yeah, let's just look that up real quick. Montreal school district funding. $540 million. Oh, Montreal school districts is currently facing significant funding challenges, with $510 million in budget cuts announced by the Quebec government. Oh, $510 million in budget cuts? Wow, yeah, that sounds bad. But then they added $540 million back after criticism, I guess. Wait, I'm a little bit confused. So what's the actual number? Politicians feel relief. Okay, so it's $540 million. Yeah, so it's like about half. The sum of money. Wait, am I reading that right? All the money invested must be used for direct student services, not for anything else. Let's be clear, this is not an open bar. No, they never talk like that to the cops, though. They never talk to the cops. Let's be clear, this is not an open bar. Meanwhile, 97% of it goes to their salaries. Of the $540 million announced today, $425 million would be paid into a dedicated envelope to qualify each. So then it's also means tested, and they gotta go through a process to get it. Anyway, I'm not totally sure. It looks like I want to know what the total budget is. Montreal will get 8 new schools, a cost of more than $800 million, and that'll be over many years, I guess. Budget and financial profile. Okay, listen, guys. I feel like this is interesting, but I'm really going on an ADHD tangent here that I should just finish off this list. But I just want to say what he's saying here is ridiculous. The ruthless exposure of oh my God, fuck off with this. The ruthless exposure of the private lives of public. So at first I'm reading this. I'm like, agree. Yes. We shouldn't be exposing people's private lives. Yes. Surveillance. And then of public figures. What the fuck, dude? Drives far too much talent away from government service. Meaning that, we care too much about like the private lives of celebrities that like it's hard for the problem is that it's hard for celebrities to run for office because people care too much about their scandals. That's what he's saying here. It drives far too much talent away from government service. The public arena and their shallow and petty assaults against those who dare to do something other than enrich themselves. What? Has become so unforgiving that the Republic is left with a significant roster of ineffectual, empty vessels whose ambition one would forgive if there were any genuine belief structure lurking within. What does this mean? Oh, we're so angry about all these rich guys who dare to do anything other than enrich themselves. What do you mean by that? Like, listen, like, somebody gets caught, sexual assault scandal, and you're like, oh, just because I was doing something other than enriching myself, just because I decided to do something else. Oh, sorry, would you rather that I just spent my time enriching myself? Oh, God forbid I have hobbies. Like, what does this mean? I might be reading this. No, I think that kind of is what he's saying. It's like an anti-cancel culture thing, which, I'm kind of on board with it, but just the way he's saying it, I feel like who is he talking about here? Who is he talking about? I mean, I know there's been a lot of, people have talked about all of the sexual assaults that people like Pete Hegseth have been accused of, or, Donald Trump, obviously, RFK Jr., but all of these guys are in power. They are all in power right now. I guess, Al Franken, maybe? He lost his job. He lost his political position after his sex scandal. I suppose that does happen. But, yeah, the public is left with a significant roster of ineffectual, empty vessels whose ambition one would forgive if there were any genuine belief structure lurking within. Yeah, when I think about all the guys in office right now with, Finland. If he's talking about a slightly off-color Twitter comment from 10 years ago, okay, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, but yeah, if you're talking about people going after Zoran Mamdani's wife for tweeting from the river to the sea, or liking a Z-Squirrel Instagram post, yeah, I agree. There is an exposure of the private lives of public figures that drives people away from public service. Sure. If you're talking about all the sexual harassment, deep fake AI shit that gets made about AOC. Yeah, I think that's fucked. And I think it sucks that she's constantly feeling threatened, and, I think that's bad. But I just have a feeling that's not what he's talking about. You know what I mean? I think that's not what he's talking about there. The caution in public life that we unwittingly encourage is corrosive. Those who say nothing wrong often say nothing much at all. Right. Okay. Yeah. And I would also refer again to Umberto Eco's 14 signs of fascism, the cult of action for action's sake. It's we got to do something, move fast and break things, as Zuckerberg would call it, or, Silicon Valley slogan. The caution in public life that we unwittingly encourage is corrosive. Those who say nothing wrong often say nothing much at all. Okay. I guess it's not even action for action's sake. It's just we shouldn't be so inhibited. We should all talk like we're drunk all the time. We should all just say what we think immediately. No filter. No, I think sometimes we should have a filter. The pervasive intolerance of religious beliefs in certain circles must be resisted. Okay. The elite's intolerance of religious belief is perhaps one of the most telling signs that its political project constitutes a less open intellectual movement than many within it would claim. All right, so here's what this is about. This is about specifically Catholicism, and even more specific than that, it's about the Peter Thiel branded version of Catholicism. It's about the Leonard Leo, Steve Bannon. This is the Opus Dei sort of Catholic resurgence that we're seeing now. These Christo-fascist, tradcath guys, where they're saying the elite's intolerance of religious belief. There is an argument to be made as Catholics. The elites are largely WASPs, Protestants, and may look down on Catholicism. But I believe that is specifically what it's about. He's not talking about Islamophobia or anti-Semitism or whatever, Hindu phobia, Buddhism, whatever, anti-Buddhist sentiment. This is a Catholic thing. That's the only way this makes sense. The elite's intolerance of religious belief is perhaps one of the most telling signs that its political project constitutes a less open intellectual movement than many within it would claim. Now, I think that people are generally pretty tolerant of religion. I'm not anti-religion. I'm not really religious. I'm not religious myself. I don't follow a particular church or dogma. I don't believe in, God. I'm not like that. I'm spiritual. I read a lot of religious texts. I've read the Bible. Read the Bible a few times. I've read Bhagavad Gita. I've read the Quran. I've read a lot of things. And what I find beautiful is that in all of these texts, some of them incredibly ancient, like the Old Testament, you'll see things written by people who, you can identify with. You can be like, oh, wow, this is a person writing like thousands of years ago, and they're speaking about an experience that I can relate to and that I feel less alone to. And in this way, through this like beautiful document of human, whatever, thought and experience, I feel a connection to someone who I was born, in eternity after they died. And I find that really beautiful and moving. So I'm not against religion at all. I think it's okay to be a little bit kooky with it, to believe in some weird shit. That's great. That's cool. Go for it. But what was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah. The intolerance of religious belief. Do we really see that? Am I missing it? I remember the atheist movement of the aughts and the whatever 2000s, the Bush era. I can see something. I can see something like that coming back now that things are coming forward. Sorry, things are coming forward. I mean, more now that because I feel like the atheist movement to me was like a response to the Bush administration and their really intense Bible Belt conservatism, anti-gay shit, and this sort of evangelical stuff that was all very prominent. That's what drew me to atheism during that time, that phase of my life. But I mean, I just don't see that. I certainly don't see that from the elite. I don't think that the elite are religiously intolerant, at least for Christians. Certainly, there's Islamophobia is rampant. Anti-Semitism, it exists. I'll say. I wouldn't say it's rampant, but it is out there. I just don't. This feels like the Christians already are the dominant, religion. So it's annoying that they complain about anything. What does he want? Does he want prayer in schools? Does he want schools to teach, that evolution is fake? What do you want? The elite's intolerance of religious belief? What are you looking for? I'm confused. Look at the fucking power of Leonard Leo. Look at how many Supreme Court justices this dude has nominated. Look at how religious the Supreme Court is. Amy Coney Barrett's in a fucking cult. Okay? These people are. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Some cultures have produced vital advances. Others remain dysfunctional and regressive. Right after he's talking about we need to tolerate different religious beliefs. Okay. All cultures are now equal. Criticism and value judgments are forbidden. Yet this new dogma, which is also a religious thing, glosses over the fact that certain cultures and indeed subcultures, ... is what? That's an interesting pregnant pause here. Have produced wonders. Others have produced middling and worse, regressive and harmful. Oh, sorry. Others have proven middling and worse, regressive and harmful. Okay, so yeah, that's that. What's this one? What is this one supposed to be? I'm guessing Islamophobic. It's very common, Judeo-supremacist thing to be look at all the Jews that have won Nobel Prizes. Look at all the things that were invented in Israel. Meanwhile, look at all the things that are invented in Gaza. They haven't invented anything. All they invent are weapons. All they do is blah, blah, blah. And it's yeah, maybe it's easier to invent shit than get a fucking Nobel Prize and that shit when you grew up in a country that is wealthy and has universities that don't get bombed and you're allowed to leave and there are many things that might explain this discrepancy other than just those cultures are producing middling and regressive and harmful things because they're inferior cultures. I think that's what it is, right? Anti-Islam. Yeah. Probably is okay with Saudi Arabia, maybe. I mean, he's got to be. Because that's who got the money for AI. AI will not survive without the oil states. We must resist the shallow temptation of a vacant and hollow pluralism. Okay, so he's saying that pluralism as in like a multipolar world, like with China as another superpower. Is that what he means by that? We in America and more broadly the West have for the past half century resisted defining national cultures in the name of inclusivity. But inclusion into what? I am so confused. What does he mean by that? Hang on, pluralism. Am I thinking of what that word means correctly? A political philosophy that emphasizes the coexistence of diverse groups. Okay, so sorry, it's like multiculturalism then, yeah? I was thinking he meant like more than one world superpower, but okay, no. We must resist the shallow temptation of a vacant and hollow pluralism. So this is anti-immigrant. We in America, and more broadly in the West, have for the past half century resisted defining national cultures in the name of inclusivity. I mean, what do you mean by defining national cultures? What is that? What do you mean by that? Defining it as in like, here's the definition of American culture. You got to be white, Christian, man, like whatever. Like what would that look like? We've resisted defining national cultures in the name of inclusivity. I'm confused, but inclusion into what? I mean, for the guys who love ancient Rome so much, base everything on ancient Rome, and we're going to be the new wonder of the world, and blah, blah, blah. These guys really don't seem to have any appreciation for, a country built by immigrants like America and Rome. That just was what that was. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I feel dumb. Guys, I'm not smart, okay? I'm just reading stuff out loud here. I don't know. I know what I'm talking about, all right? Oh, boy.
I have built a monument to your failures.
I failed to know what pluralism was. Excerpts from the #1 New York Times bestseller, The Technological Republic, Hard Power, Soft, Bleeder, all the rest. TLDR, Palantir stands with Israel. I mean, honestly, that basically, that really cuts the point. Seth Harp here, the engineering elite. Bro, you're a software developer. He's not even that, though. Doesn't a software developer have to code? This guy don't even code. He's a philosopher. Same professional status as a graphic designer. You're the IT guy. But he's not even that. Like, he's not one of the guys. I know it seems like he can code because he's awkward. But he can't. He doesn't do that. You just bribed the U.S. government to buy your unremarkable software. Okay, now we're on the same page. One shipyard in China is more geopolitically significant. One drone factory in Russia. Hell yeah, Seth Harp. Am I wrong about that? I thought that he was just a fucking American businessman, entrepreneur, CEO of Palantir. He's got a degree from Stanford where he met Peter Thiel. And a doctorate in social theory. Okay, none of these. So social theory, what is that? That's a philosophy? Oh, no. Analytical frameworks or paradigms. Oh, so this is kind of like Domhoff shit, eh? Interesting. So he has a sociology degree. Motherfucker. You got, dude, go. So this is why people call him a leftist. Because he basically has a degree in cultural Marxism. But he is not a leftist. Through his connection with Thiel. He worked in finance, managed money for clients, including wealthy European investors. In 2025, his network exceeded 18 billion. Yeah. But no, he's not. He doesn't code. He struggled with dyslexia from an early age. He was influenced by his parents' activism for civil rights and social justice during his youth and went to many protests. Interesting. So he had a strong affinity to fighting discrimination. Wow. Okay. So I've always been like, people are like, he's the leftist of the crew. He's the crazy liberal. Because I'm like, he seems like a pretty obvious fascist. But I guess you look back at his, what the hell is this? Some black people considered me black while some did not. What? Wait, is he black? Oh, he is. He's half black yeah. Okay. He's mixed. I didn't know that about him. Okay, you learn something new every day. Wow. his mother was an African American artist. Whoa, okay. I was hoping one of these links would be a link to her art, but I don't know. Okay, here it is. Here's some of her art. Here's some of Alex Karp's mom's art. That looks kind of cool. What does it say? Reward for information. What? Warm someone eulogized yesterday. And then it's got, you know what it kind of looks like. I hate to say this, but it kind of looks like that Palantir intro video a little bit with all the words everywhere and these sort of like, oh, you know what's interesting is like you look at this and at first you're like, oh, it's fire or it's like some sort of a flame or explosion. But then you look closely, it's flowers with bees landing on them, but it's kind of just all orange and stuff. That's cool. I like it. That was cool. Interesting. And then scrolling down here, all of a sudden, boom. Paul Kelly, that might not be the same guy, but he's highlighted blue as someone who is part of Bohemian Grove. And now we've got all the green, like Peter Thiel connections, mostly Palantir, Facebook, Palantir, blah, 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 blah. Cool. I mean, I would love to see more of this person's stuff. Leah Janes Karp. No images found? What in the data suppression? What the heck is this? How can that be? Leah Janes Karp is an American mixed media artist. This is from the Mushroom Healer Facebook page. Whoa, hang on. I don't need you guys to see my Facebook. I didn't realize this was what that was. But there she is. Okay. Here's no. Here's okay, fuck. I really need to lock this shit down. What's this? Okay, whatever. Okay, I'm too scared. I'm gonna delete that from the stream. Father Robert and Mother Leah. How can there be no images? That's wild. Obviously there are images. Distractify? No. I will not do that. Who are the parents? Landlord help. Of course, this is his emotional story of hardship. Recalls an emotional story of a landlord helping them in their tough times. I don't even want to watch that bullshit. Okay. All right. You know what? I'll make this I'll make this something we go over another day. Because yeah, it seems like, I don't know, she seems talented from what I can tell. I'd be interested to see that. Was his father a Jewish ventriloquist? What do you mean? Was there a famous ventriloquist that she had? Oh, is that? Oh, she made art that won her a trip to Israel. Is that true, or are you guys just fucking with me here? Oh wait, what's this? Okay, Mourn Black Murder. This is by her. Oh, this is the one we just saw. Oh no, it's not. It's different. Oh, but it is a similar vibe, right? It's got like flowers in the front, and then all of this like words in the background, like, and the words sort of take on like a visual aesthetic rather than their direct meaning. It's like just the fact that they are there, sort of like the way that there's just an alphabet around the top here. It's like it's an aesthetic marker rather than, I think, like literally reading what the words say. What does it say? Mourn, more, threat, throat. Oh, so it's sort of changing the words here. Threat, something, throat. Mad, murder, MMM, body, black murder. Interesting. And it's called Mourn Black Murder. Mourn Black Murder. Wow. Okay. I mean, is it just me? Like, do you guys see that? It's like, hang on, can I copy this photo? I guess not. Well, too bad for you, High Art Collection. I'm just going to screenshot this. Boom, got it. All right, now let's go back to my Obsidian board. I do see maybe some kind of a resemblance between this this kind of art
and
this kind of shit, right? The stuff with the all these, like, all the words everywhere, the flowers, the nature. The words aren't really meant to be read. It's all going too fast anyway. It's just like it'll be like Alex Karp, Palantir, blah 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 on the side of the screen. Mad. Colossus of Rhodes, the eighth wonder of the world. I mean, that part is meant to be read, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I see a little bit of resemblance here. Honestly, yeah, okay, maybe. It seems like something I've seen in an 11th grade art class, but if I knew more, I could probably grasp its meaning better. Yeah. Cool. Ooh, I do. Oh, this looks very interesting. Should we read this now? You know what? I think, okay, so Finland just sent over this thing about Epstein's Island, the temple, the so-called temple. I would be so happy to go over this, but what I think I'll do is I'll read this over. I'll get some other, corroborating info, and I'll put it all together so we can go over it on Sunday. But yeah, this is definitely relevant to our interests around here. Gang, I don't know. How many things did I go over right there? That was like what? I don't know. 5 things probably. So we got some stuff. We got some things we can make content with. We got some videos we can put out this week. Putting out a few videos today. I did if you were watching the last stream, or was it last stream? I don't know. I recently talked about ContraPoints, and I scheduled it. I was trying to schedule it for today to post at 1 p.m. because that's usually, like, according to my YouTube analytics, the time that most people are online, most of my subscribers are online, is around noon. That's probably the case for like pretty much anything. But I accidentally put it to post at 1 a.m. So my ContraPoints drama video that I really just did because I wanted more views. I had a couple of weeks, and I was like, okay, time for some drama slop. So I did the drama slop ContraPoints thing, accidentally posted at 1 a.m., which is the time that the least amount of my viewers are online, and like it immediately became my number one most watched video like of the past 10 things. So hey, I'd love to keep talking only about the Palantir, the Peter Thiel, Epstein, Bohemian Grove. I'd love to just talk about that shit, but I've just resigned myself to the apparently unavoidable fact I gotta cover drama content sometimes. That is how it's gonna go. I was like pissed. I screenshot it and texted it to Goblin Queen. I was like, accidentally posted this thing at fucking 1 a.m. and it's already number one. She's like, yeah, well, you gotta give the people what they want. Gotta give them what they want. Keep posting though. The non-drama vids keep me sane at work. Thanks. I don't even really mind the drama vids, to be honest. I'm complaining a little bit more than I actually care about. It's just, I don't know. A little weird. Cool factoid incoming. The blue and white color scheme served to this is from the Epstein thing, symbolize divinity, cosmic order, and royal authority in ancient Babylon. Ooh, interesting. Babylon. Babylonian druids. You should talk about the Russell Brand thing. Oh yeah, there's been some weird shit with that. Maybe I'm uninformed here. I always thought the temple was just an innocuous religious thing. All right, I haven't read the new article, but I'll give you my current understanding of the temple thing right now. Is that it's not a temple? It's just like another room that people could sleep in, and it just was. They wanted it to make it look cool. He was just like, I want it to be like this. Originally, he had plans, and he had to get approval from St. Thomas government to build on his island. It's like, this is one thing that the libertarians hate, that there's regulations and laws about building on your own property, right? But I do think it's good that we don't let people, build houses that are going to collapse and kill their whole family. I think that's probably good for society. So he had to get approval to build this thing, and he wanted it to be a piano room. And he sent in this thing, and it was this like octagon shaped thing or something. It was like a weird shape, and it was much bigger than the temple ended up being. And it was supposed to be to put a grand piano in, and it was supposed to have really good acoustics. And I don't know, he could go there to play piano and entertain his friends, or just go there by himself and whatever, play piano. And that was the plan. And I believe he did get approval for it, but then he didn't end up building that. He ended up building the temple thing instead. And I'm not sure why he made that decision, but there's been always so many conspiracy theories about the temple. Like, people think it's a satanic temple. People think it's a Jewish temple. Some people think those two things are the exact same thing. People think that there is an elevator in it that goes into a secret underground chamber where they do all the evil satanic, ritual orgies. Some people think that there's, people think all kinds of things. There is a bathhouse in, I think, wait, I might get this wrong. Where was there's a bathhouse that looks like exactly like it somewhere. Epstein Temple bathhouse. This isn't like Syria or something like that. Epstein Temple bathhouse. Where was it? I'm sure you guys know this. You guys know this, right? Mamluk. Here it is. Syria. Okay, yeah. I said Syria, right? I was like, I don't want to be wrong. Hang on. I know I should go. I'm almost I've almost now streamed an hour longer than I normally stream on Sundays, but I still have energy. So that's nice. I guess, I guess it's because I started streaming like right when I woke up, instead of what I normally do, start streaming at like 8:30 p.m. when I've already had a full day. But, yeah, there's this is a Syrian, it's in Aleppo. It's a bathhouse, and look at it. Like, that looks exactly like the temple on Epstein's Island. Now, here's the thing. Does that mean anything? I don't really, who knows? I don't think so. I don't think it does mean anything. I think maybe Epstein went here and he saw it and he thought it looked cool. Maybe the designer of the temple that Epstein hired knew about this and thought it looked cool. Maybe it was a random Google image search result, or he came across it on Flickr or something. It was like, I'll use this as a, a base for my thing. Who knows? But yeah, they talk about it in the article. Okay, cool. How many people have claims to have actually heard Epstein play piano? Yeah, good question. Good question. By the rivers of Babylon. I like the streams with your buddy talking about all kinds of cosmic stuff. Oh, yeah? Okay. My buddy Dan, you mean? We were going to do a lot of that, but, we ended up kind of not. He got a job that made it harder for him to do it, and then we kind of took some time off, but yeah, I could have him on. I'd love to have him on again. Anyways, gang. You ever notice how there are no modern, what's the deal with modern sects of Judaism that continue to do the Azazel scapegoat ritual? I don't know. I didn't notice that, but is that true? Is that a thing? Epstein, the type of guy to say he took piano lessons, but only remember Mary had a little lamb. Yeah. Okay, on Epstein Island, it just sounds evil. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I'll get into that later. I'm excited because I've wanted to talk about the temple. I've wanted to talk about the island in general because I have a lot of takes about it, and I don't think I've really ever done a stream just about the island. But the temple, that's even more of something to focus on. So, yes, I'll talk about that on Sunday. That'll be my project this week. One of my projects will be to read that article and get some stuff. He referred to the temple as a mosque. Interesting. Yeah, he did claim he was a great pianist. I think there was a few people who said that too in like the birthday book. There was a photo of him in the birthday book playing the accordion. I think we just, from the Epstein files, right? We just got the first photo that I've seen anyway of Epstein sitting at a piano. But like, was he good, or is that just another part of his like, the way he pitched himself as this like genius? Like a lot of people like to be like, oh, I was a musical genius. I was a math genius. I always wanted to go into physics. So who knows? Maybe he wasn't that good. But I'm sure he was okay. I'm sure he could play a little more than just chopsticks, you know. He could probably play like The Entertainer, you know. You know that one? I bet he could play that. Once you play The Entertainer, you can stop. That's impressive enough. You can entertain people. Furley's maybe. Get to like grade 6 RCM level Furley's. Just learn like the first like 16 bars of that. You're good. You're good. You can convince anyone you're a genius. Just play 16 bars over and over again. Nobody knows the rest of that song anyway. You're good. You're good. And then some parts speed it up a little bit and then slow it down. Adagio. All right. I'm having too much fun, you guys. Lots of videos of stuff on guitar that sounds hard but is easy. Oh, yeah. Gang. All right. Okay. I'm going to force myself to go even though I'm having a real blast. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoy. Hope you guys I was going to say appreciate, but that feels weird. But I hope you guys enjoy the fact that I'm doing a little bit more streams now. I really love streaming. I would love to make this the main thing that I do, but still I don't want to stop doing the video essays, but it's just I feel like I'm a little better at doing this more consistently than I am at getting video essays out in a timely fashion. So it would be great if this continues to kind of go up. But yeah, couldn't do it without all y'all in the chat. Thanks for watching. Thanks for helping me out. Thanks for teaching me things. You know, I learned stuff from you guys. Okay, now this feels insincere. I'm gonna stop. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys next time. That'll be Sunday at 8:30. Peace.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like Goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made Goblin jokes years ago. They came super viral, so whatever. Yeah. I'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill Goblin.